me a name. Daddy gave me a name. Daddy gave me a name. My daddy gave me a name. Father of mine, tell me where have you been? Yeah, I just closed my eyes and the world disappeared. Father of mine, tell me how do you sleep with the children you abandoned and the wife I saw you leave? I will never be saved. I will never be saved. I will always be weird inside. I will always be late. Now I'm a grown man, well, a child of my own. That's love, not the little world. What's the pain I
Never made it as a wise man. I couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. Tired of living like a blind man. I'm sick aside without a sense of feeling. And this is how you remind me. This is how you remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me of what I really am. It's not like you to say sorry. I was waiting on a different story. This time I'm mistaken for having you a heart worth breaking. And I've been wrong. I've been down into the bottom of every bottle. These words in my head scream out we haven't fun yet. It's not like you didn't know that. I said I love you and I swear I still do. And it must have been so bad. 'Cause little women must have damn near killed you. And this is how you remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me of what I really am. It's not like you to say sorry. I was waiting on a different story. This time I'm mistaken for having you a heart worth breaking. And I've been wrong. I've been down into the bottom of every bottle. These five words in my head scream out we haven't fun yet. Yeah, 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 Never made it as a wise man. Couldn't cut it as a poor man's feeling. And this is how you remind me. This is how you remind me. This is how you remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me of what I really am. It's not like you say sorry. I was written on a different story. Means that I'm mistaken. Before that I knew I was broken. And I've been wrong, been down, been to every bottle. It's in my head, scream my way out of fun, yeah. Scream my way out of fun, yeah.
They're gonna put me in the movies. They're gonna make a big star out of me. We'll make a film about a man that's sad and lonely. And all I gotta do is act naturally. Well, I'll bet you I'm gonna be a big star. Might win an Oscar, you can't never tell. The movie's gonna make me a big star, 'cause I can play the part so well. Well, I hope you come to see me in the movies. Then I know that you will plainly see. Biggest fool that's ever hit the big time. And all I gotta do is act naturally. We'll make a scene about a man that's sad and lonely, and breaking down upon his bended knee. I'll play the part, but I won't need rehearsing.
Hey, you guys, I just wanted to pop in. I know I typed it and put it at the top, but I just got some really weird. I got a really weird thing that popped up, and I am waiting for some fact checking, let's just say that, to load. Before I tell you about it, it is 100% going on the list for today's episode. And thus far, I think it is real. So we might have to add something to our list. By the way, today we are, I'll get to it in a moment. I'm going to give you an intro. Let me get back to this and see if this is, I just need to follow up on this and then we'll start the show. Let's just say that. But I will tell you, I know, yes, agree. The files are intense. I think in light of all of the crazy shit that's been going on, the depressing subject matter, which is the Epstein files, I tried to kind of curate the show today to where it's not necessarily all going to be the worst of the worst. As far as it's all depraved, but we're not just going to sit there and go through, oh, this says that they did this to the. I think some of the things today that we're going to go over might actually be a little more reassuring. As far as like, we're going to clarify some things that are out there. Okay. And I'm going to show you, that some of the things, thank goodness, are simple technical glitches that people have turned into clickbait. I wouldn't believe all conspiracies now, Amber, because again, clickbait exists, because then you're believing people who are exploiting the victims. So you don't want to do that, right? So it's always best to fact check. There are some things out there. I've seen the email about the 9-year-old. I think that I can clarify some things with that. Luckily, that actually happens to be an issue with the computer system. We're going to go over why you see all the equal signs in there. We're going to go over some things that I think are going to actually make it easier to navigate through the files. We're going to debunk some stuff, but some other stuff I'm going to show you that is, I think it's something that we really do need to be talking about more. And I think not panicking necessarily, but like, holy shit, this is kind of a huge deal. that I've only seen like a couple of people bring up, and I think it's very important. And some people I don't think really understand the magnitude. So we're going to talk about some of that. But also, I have a really wacky, wild thing I want to show you that's in there about art and a sculpture in Miami and a crane and a British socialite on Bravo, like a lot of shit that's really weird. But okay, I think I got some clarification on something. So let me go pull this in. And I will show this to you momentarily. We will start here in about 2 minutes, okay? So let's go ahead and I'll be right back.
Well, I'll bet you I'm gonna be a big star. Might win my school, you can't never tell. The movie's gonna make me a big star, 'cause I can play the part so well. Well, I hope you come to see me in the movie, and I know that you will plainly see. Tickets fools ever in the big time, and all I gotta do is act naturally.
DJ Epstein,
Clocking out the night shift, hopping on the 5 bus home. Trickle City dripping down on me, I mind my own. For the most part, normally I ride with ease, but there's a situation brewing in the far back seat. I should have seen it, nipping at my nerves like a rattlesnake, standing in the aisle screaming, I just want to masturbate. Shit, why's it gotta be like this? Why's it my luck to turn around and see?
Donna, you know what? You want Big Boy, you're going to get Big Boy. You know I can be bought, and you just bought Big Boy. So, and also I do think that maybe that specific song that I had on was probably not the best choice for this. So yeah, let's put it on. Here you go. Big Boy on the Roof, everyone.
Big boy, get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't been on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't lay on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Never seen a big boy grill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy grill on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy grilling on the roof. Big boy ain't grilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't driving on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Huh? How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Driving on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Oh shit, big boy get loose. Oh shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never, oh shit, these phones on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Oh shit, you just make a bet. Oh shit, pick up your back. Oh, I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass off the roof. Get your ass back off the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Take a big ass off.
Okay, guys. So I just got confirmation. It is added to the list. It's going to be the first thing I bring up. Holy shit. I can't believe this is real. Yeah. And also thank you, Donna. The Epstein files are getting so intense that I'm getting last minute updates. Also, I have some new stuff to go over with you before we get into everything. I'm highly organized today. I want to warn everyone, look out, world. I'm on my shit. Okay. I'm on my shit. All right. I put everything in a list. I made you a fucking slideshow. Okay. Like this is 8th grade me PowerPointing out all night because I got a good sleep. Okay. This is me ready to kill it at the science fair. Do you understand? Like today is the day. Today is the day to watch Epstein stuff like on this channel because this is some weird shit. And I'm trying to give you some shit that other people aren't focusing on, and not because what they're focusing on isn't important, but that a lot of it is misinterpreted not true, or perhaps even minimized, God forbid. And some of it is dead ass. People are doing really, really, really good work out there. I am happy to fill you in on that in just a moment. I'm going to finish my thought and then I'm going to fill you in on that because that is a great question. And also, it actually relates to our intro. But basically, I'm on my shit. Okay. I've been basically checking every single thing I see where I go, this is absolutely impossible that we live in a world where this can happen. So let me just make sure this is real. And some of the horrific things that I've seen have not been real. It's just like a mistake, a literal clerical error. And then some of it is actually way worse than I thought. And that fucking sucks. But I'm also trying to pull out things that I think are just either not noticed. People haven't gotten to that yet. That's a problem with voluminous files. Okay. When you have this many files, the entirety of the world can be looking at them. And if people aren't either super perceptive or used to doing this type of shit or really into fact checking, then you could have 1,000 stories based off of one line of text that perhaps in context would totally change the situation. And there's a lot of people out there that are getting bashed for being in the files when in reality they're just like a sidebar from a screenshot of a web page, and they're required to put all the text on every web page in an archivable and searchable interface. And therefore that means people could be mentioned, but they're not actually in the files. They're in a picture of a web page in the files. And it just happened to be because Yahoo ads put them there. So there's a lot of stuff that people are taking out of context. There was some weird shit I saw today that I feel comfortable reporting. There is a woman who was emailing Epstein because she was doing an interview with Joe Rogan in 2009 and she felt uncomfortable that Joe was staring at her tits. So she emailed Epstein, like, bothered by that. And I'm just like, holy shit, that's bad. Like, that looks terrible, Joe. But also, like, who contacts Epstein for comfort? And funny, that should have happened to pop up in the algorithm because quite a few people actually. And I want to focus on some of the people that also enabled, perpetuated, and actually took part in this shit that aren't really getting the glory they deserve as far as shame, but also like, what the fuck? But then I realized it's because a lot of them died suddenly at young ages. So that's weird too. So we're going to look at a lot of stuff today. Okay. But to ease into it, we are going to be looking at some sillies. Now, one of the sillies we're going to look at is going to be Floating Shack. Absolutely. And the sillies are even curated to eventually level up into the day's theme because there is some wild shit that we need to look at. And as of today, Ghislaine has an update in her shit that's going on. Like, what is up with Ghislaine's shit? I'm going to tell you about that because today she had an oversight committee meeting where she could have gone in there and answered everyone's questions and been cooperative. And that probably would have been a good look for her, right? But she didn't. She absolutely didn't. She pled the fifth because her habeas corpus is what I like to call it, but I know it's corpus. Her habeas corpus petition is still going through the system, and she's anticipating a pardon from Trump. So she either wants a new trial or a pardon from Trump, and therefore refuses to cooperate with the House Oversight Committee or answer any questions. That's interesting. That's interesting how that works. So she's not going to answer questions because she wants a favor from Trump. That's weird how someone in prison for being an international sex trafficker can be bought by the president. This is strange because it seems like there's a trade going on right there. And it's pretty fucking weird. See, she can't get stitches because she's in the spa of prisons. Okay. And she's on watch constantly, like 24/7. I mean, if somebody who wants to get transferred to Max and like be there forever, which is horrifying compared to where they are in Bryan, Texas, wants to kill her, I would be shocked. because this is kind of the place you go before you're pardoned by Trump, basically. So with that said, we're going to get started. I am going to, let me first of all show you Floating Shack. So Chris Angel has some sort, I think he might be Mossad. He has some sort of secret witch powers. I don't believe in the shit like magic, witchery, the tarot, the moon, psychics, any of that stuff. Any of the like, let me look at your palm gypsy behavior, like shit like that. I don't believe in spirit boxes because I know exactly how they work. And it's literally just a scanner for a radio that is sped the fuck up. That's it. It's just going through radio stations, and then people think dead people are talking to them. So shit like that really bothers me, right? But what bothers me even more is when a magician who dresses like one of the girls on the Rock of Love bus makes a massive basketball player float and not cast a shadow, as Laura's pointed out. And somehow So basically, Law Wifey, that happened. And then everybody just went cool and moved on with life. And I can't fucking figure out why. No one had questions. No one asked Shaq, hey, how'd you float that time? You never hear Flava Flav bring it up or talk about the time Shaq floated. Chris Angel has never told his truth. He's never spoken his truth journey. So everyone just kind of, we're fine with that. And we're okay with someone with the sensibility of dress as Chris Angel. We're okay with him possessing this power. So let's just not put him in the CIA. Let's not have him do all of the drone shit for the military. Let's not study him for science. Let's just say, okay, you made Shaq float. Like he literally put a big boy on the roof. And no one fucking cares how. And it's my life's mission to find Chris Angel and dissect him and figure out how this happened. And by dissect him, I mean his brain, and it's a metaphorical thing. But also, if we have to cut him open and count his rings, that's what we'll do. I just don't understand. How do you make Shaq float? How do you make is it conning? Because I've never seen someone con someone by making them float, and it pisses me off. It really does. Like, how? How did that happen? And also, how did you get half of South Central to agree to just go with it and tell your lie if it is a con, right? I mean, Flav is all about the truth. If I Love New York wasn't a perfect exhibition as to him being a truthful man, if him and Bridget Nielsen's relationship doesn't tell you already that he is a truthful man, I don't know what to say. But how the fuck did that guy float? How the fuck did Chris Angel make him float? I don't know. I really don't. And the reason that I even said that that's on par with everything going on right now, how that fits in, is because, yeah, exactly. Like, it's light as a feather. They light as a feather, stiff as a boarded Shaq. Aborted Shaq? That didn't work. Nope. Let's go back. They did a light as a feather. They did some Fairuza Balk craft shit on the Shaq man, and I don't know how they did it. I don't. And I'm angry. because I know magic isn't real. So it's like, well, how did they make him float? Like, I know these are rappers, production managers. There was probably an agent in there. I think I saw a DJ. Like, how do you convince these people to go in on that psyop? I am so angry that we still don't know. This was almost 20 years. No, it was exactly 20 years ago. And we still don't have the technology to do what Chris Angel did. And it's pissing me off and it's making me think we're really dumb. And also, why don't we use him against China and Russia? Like, I don't get it. I refuse to believe magic is real. So we have to find out how Chris did this. It was not in Rock of Love. That's the other thing is, I don't know why he did. It was just Chris Angel. Like, let me do a special where I freak out Shaq and Flava Flav. And then he did. So, you know what? I'm starring it. That's going on my list, Law Wifey, because also, yeah, why? Why did he do that? Why did you have to make Shaq float and fuck up everyone's space-time continuum? Like, I feel like it was very rude. You can float like that? Donna's just floating through traffic. She's like, don't fuck with me right now. I'm for science diet. Are you saying that Shaq needs to die? Oh, for Mookie's? That's so nice of you. Thank you very much, Angela. And guess what you're going to get today? That's goddamn right. You're going to get, actually, we just saw Shaq float. We could watch it again. But I also feel like I should take you to court for a minute.
Your Honor, DeFerk, Miss Janice.
Judge Athens.
Your Honor, this is so unfair. Your Honor, I think I want to appeal. Your Honor. Your Honor, stop. This is propaganda. Your Honor, this is fake. Don't believe what they say.
Your Honor, stop. This is propaganda. Also, this is
I'm not quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing, but there's a reason.
Ma'am, we're discussing the rezoning for the Portillos. Do you have any comments on that?
For what?
We're discussing the rezoning on 53rd for...
Well, I live on 63rd.
Again, we're here to hear comments about the rezoning.
Well, I don't like Facebook, and I don't like the internet because I can't find a job. The library blocked my password. Now tell me, does that make any sense to you?
Sorry. You make me so angry. You know, all you do, you keep smoking weed. Well, you know what? Sit in jail and pay the price. That's all I can say.
There you go. That's all she can say. And you could say something back to her maybe like this.
Oh, I have not smoked all day. I'm about to flip the out. Smoke what? Weed. What do you think? I haven't smoked all day long.
What are you going? You need drug rehab?
No, not really. I like to smoke about this time of the day. And all this is keeping me to where I can't go do it. Now, I'm gonna go do it.
You're strung out on weed?
You strung out on weed? Okay, guys. Let's get into some silly so we can get on with this. So I can show you all the crazy stuff. First, I've picked out for you this video. It's called Turtle Fights. I guess it's like a zoo in China, and these turtles are fighting. And you remember the turtle or tortoise, I should say, that was knocking over all the furniture, just fucking shit up. I think his name was like King Charles or something. I don't remember his name. I know you're all strung out on weed. It's okay. But also, wait, you have an HOA meeting tomorrow? Trying to keep extra lights out of the community to preserve the mountain and star views. I'm planning on going in and using 2 of my 3 minutes. Like, Mr. Tilly, are you gonna break dance? Are you gonna do some break dancing? This is exciting. Can you film it? Can you film it? I believe in you. And also, yes, good luck. You should go in there strung out on weed. Yeah, that really was Janelle's mama, actually. Okay, so these tortoises are fighting. You know, I love when turtles get aggressive. It's very funny to me when they're bumping heads and they're knocking shit over. Now, this is 100% a metaphor for you and your bestie when things aren't going well. I love this. I don't know why it's funny, but I love it. Here you go. Check it out.
打架压制。太温馨了，他都会去跟别人让他不要打。是啊。你过来看看。是吗？对，分出来。打架压制。
I mean, this one is 100% me trying to put my jeans on. Like, I'm trying to zip my jeans up. And Dylan's like, come on, we have to go. And I'm just like, I cannot move off my back. So I found this to be very fun. I'm also very excited about this HOA meeting situation. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very stoked about this. I think you're gonna do great. Next Silly's video, and I am sticking to my list. So it's going to be phone tap potato. Now, those of you who already have me added on X, I've definitely shared this one, but I feel like this should be canon. This should be something that we integrate into Big Boy on the Roof territory because it matters. Okay. It matters. And I love this. And I don't know what kind of animal this is. I know it's a dog. But I will admit, I did think that this was a potato hoogan. I thought this must be a potato with legs, and they're just saying it's a hoogan. But then I saw it use the phone, and I said, wow, this hoogan has a big brain. So I think its body is just like an entire brain. And then they could have been fucking. That is true, Donna. Donna, you're very perceptive. You're very perceptive because one woman's fucking is another woman's fighting. That's absolutely true. Also, Donna and everyone in the chat, hello, Toombs. Nice to see you. Can you tell me, is this just a potato with eyes? Is this thing perhaps just a brain with a shell around it? What is this? How do I possess it? I love it. I would like to give it to Mikos. It does know how to use a phone. I think it has a rosary next to it, which is great because it is pre-blessed. I like the noises it makes. I feel like this is all of us, when we're just waiting on a text and we haven't gotten it yet. Here you go. Check this out.
No? No?
Now I am going to let this thing play through probably 5 or 6 times just because I love it so much. I want to cry and I need a moment with it. And I feel like we should all speak to potato as if it were a conduit to the hoogan because I think it might be a dog and it might be a baby seal. This could actually be a cadaver seal. We don't know what it is, but it's perfect. It's tech potet. Exactly. It's a seal wawa. It is an angel. It's sent from heaven. I love it. It is going to fix your cell phone. Okay. We found Mr. Right and he's right here. Okay. And he can fix your cell phone and he has a rosary attached to it. So he's Catholic and I hope that's okay. He is here I think he's saying, I love you, but I can't tell. Let's see more. Now it is just going to be playing on a loop, but I don't care because I get something different out of it every time. And I think you will too. Let's take about 40 minutes alone now to praise this seal potato. Here we go.
No? No?
I mean, is he? I think he knows where the tapes are. I think he knows where the treasure is. I think he's reading to us from the Holy Bible of the potato. I think he didn't go to the island, you know? I will tell him secrets. If he wants to interrogate me, I'll tell him everything. He's not Amber. I know you're having a negative day, hon, but could you not just this one time? I know that listen, I know you want to expect the worst, but can we not? I don't think he's having a seizure. Okay, he is. He's getting his rollover minutes added to his phone plan. Amber, he's a potato. Potatoes can't have seizures. He is the Apple Genius Bar. He's the Geek Squad. I think it's a potato puppy. It's a potato.
No?
Okay, you know what, Toombs? You and Amber, I want you both to go to the mausoleum today. Okay, you're gonna do defensive pacifism community service, DPCC or DPCS. Listen to me. You're grounded. You're both going to be filling in the graves that guy stole from. All right, that's what you're doing today. So I need you to head up north way, up yonder way up north. All right, I need you to trek up that way, and I need you to go up there. I need you to tell him I'm the grave filler. I'm here to fix shit. All right, because I was bad. Because I talked a nasty mess on a little angelic potato. This your creator, dude. Chill the fuck out. Do you remember when the devil fell from heaven and went from angel to devil? Okay. If you keep this bullshit up, this little pupper is going to snort some words out its face or ass, whatever this cute part is, and then you might fall. You might fall in a big old hole. All right. Remember that bulldog? We don't want that for you. But he is the fire starter. Okay. So he has a lot of power. He's a biscuit headed chihuahua. He'll fuck you up. You need to be careful. Okay. It just takes one like one quick drop of the tongues, and this little motherfucker has you in an eternal hellfire. So I need you to calm down. That means chill, Amber, chill. She hasn't had her weed today. It's okay. It's okay. You know what? I'll let him know. Let's watch him 4 more times.
No?
And then he checks the stocks. I love him so much. That is my impression. It's not nearly as good. I like how his head just becomes a nose, and we didn't see that one coming. I don't know where that nose came out of his face from, but it's real fucking cute. Okay. I'm individually popping over these links so I don't have to go look for them, because I just want to be prepared and be ready to surefire them off. Okay. So we got 3 more super sillies, and then we're going to ease into the serious. But I've made it into a crescendo, so it's not too intense for you. Okay. So this next silly, oh my, you're going to love this one. Okay. My chihuahua is definitely potato, and her name is Lucifer. Lucifer is so cute. So the demon theory tracks, they are little anxious demons, and I love them. They're really cute, especially the potato headed ones. Okay. So listen, I had to put this in because Putin is mentioned a lot in these files. And while hate Putin, hate that for us and for the world, not all Russians are bad. And I have a hard time saying that, but I said it. So don't say I didn't try. Specifically, these are not bad. I love these 2. Now, I don't know who the fuck they are. I know that they have a fly strip on the wall, and I respect it, because me too. Also, I can't tell if this is a SpongeBob shirt or a Trump shirt, but either way, it looks hilarious on this kid. Also, Carmen Sandiego over here is killing it. I have no idea what's going on. This is called art. It's up for interpretation. You figure it out. I just figured it would help you on your journey through this day in the coming days. Please enjoy.
Shine so hard, and that's the fun. And yeah, it doesn't really matter. I had too fun to lose it all. And yeah, it doesn't really matter. I put my shine.
This kid right here, like whatever it is he's doing, and music, Linkin Park, broken English Linkin Park, him just having a time, struggling through it, very sweaty, thinking about how this gonna hurt later. That is me anytime I go on any other channel to be a guest. This is how I feel. I'm this kid right here. Okay. All right. And this is my, what do you call it? My subconscious in the back. That's just like, man, that fly strip's hanging real low. And that's my metaphor for the day.
Shine so hard, and that's the fun. And yeah, it doesn't really matter. I had too fun to lose it all. And yeah, it doesn't really matter. I put my shine in, yeah, for stars far as I can go.
That moment right there. That's me going, like and subscribe. Yeah, like and subscribe. If you like this shit you're seeing right here, go on and hit that like button, motherfuckers. That's me. That's me. And I have a tie hanging too low. I don't understand this shirt, but I love his positive attitude. Okay. I love his positive attitude. And I just, this is the dance we used to do at Joe's Crab Shack. I worked at Joe's Crab Shack when I was in college, briefly. And when I tell you this is the dance we did, this is the dance we did. Right there. Boom. Like, subscribe. Come back again. Thumbnail. I think it's a tie. And I think that's a tooth. I could be wrong. I don't know what's going on here. I shouldn't have showed you guys. I'm sorry. It's just, listen. I thought it was funny. Okay. So next. All right. This is, listen. I get that some of you guys are going to get offended by this. I'm going to sleep great tonight. And again, that's going to hurt. That's going to make it sting a little more. But I don't care because I cannot fucking stand Dave Matthews Band. Never could, never will. And when I tell you I related to this, and I said, I just need to dog on someone. I just need someone to shit on that's not going to get me in trouble for like 10 minutes. And then I said, I'll take 1 minute. And I watched this video and I said, yes, this is okay. This is my sleep paralysis demon. Please meet him. His name is Dave Matthews doing an acoustic set. Please enjoy.
Lights down, you up. Hey, well, welcome to the Dave Matthews acoustic set. This next song about when I sometimes have too much to say. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't see the light. Open up, yeah, let me out. Now, baby, mama, there's a goo hop. Now, it wouldn't be a show of mine if I didn't do. You got your mouth, you got your face, tight to me, tight.
Okay, can we go back? This when he says Hugh God your chain. Yes, dude. That's what I thought they were saying too. I don't know. Also, the hair, it's just this is my nightmare, but I can at least laugh at it because how did they know?
Got your train tied to me, tight, Oscar Maria wiener dog. Show me your pig and I'll show you my hog. Yeah.
So that's sleep paralysis demon. If it were Dave Matthews, I think last time I showed you guys a Trump one, so we might continue with the sleep paralysis demon theme. I don't know. We'll see how it feels. We'll see if the next one makes you excited. Now, this is a cow that lives in the house. Sometimes I think these people have too much money. And I'm like, but it's not about how much money they have. It's about the brain that does the thing with the money. And I'll give him more money because I like the idea of let's put a cow in my house and try to make lunch and just see if we can get through this. And I'll film it and I'll show the world because it's like this is how societies progress. Now, in this case, I think he regressed, but I don't care because it's so funny. Enjoy. Also, is it fucked up to I mean, I know they have milk with their babies. Is it fucked up to give cows milk with their lunch? Like this kind of milk, like pasteurized? I feel like that would be like, hey, squeeze your tit into this cup, and then I'm gonna go put some hormones in it, and then you could try to drink it from me. You could try to get it from me. That's the part I'm confused about. I'm just pissed off he wasted good lingua, you know? But also at the same time, cow in the house. Dude, I will come back to... Dude, yes. I'll come back to Hawaii anytime. When? When can I come to Big Island? I will go... Is that a... Do you have a potato in your picture? You have a tiny potato. You have a little tiny big potato. That's a cutie. Yes, I will come hang out with the Krishna cows. I will cavort among cows in Hawaii. I will walk up to the cows and I will say, mahalo. Anyway, so that's the cow in the kitchen. I thought that was very fun. I thought, wow, everybody's really going to like this because this cow's in the kitchen. Turns out Donna said we're not allowed to have cows in the kitchen. So my bad, Donna. I apologize. I will never bring a cow in the kitchen because I also don't have a cow or a big kitchen. Now we already saw. Okay. So this I have to show you because I laughed for 45 minutes probably. That's your Lucifer. Oh, that's the one you were talking. Oh my God. She's so cute. I love her to death. She can be our God too. Okay. So remember how I told you I'm on my shit today? Well, Chris Angel on his shit too. Somebody said, not today, Chris Angel. That's what they tweeted this and they said, not today, Chris Angel. And I went, did this motherfucker do it again? Did he do it again? You tell me. This is ground control to Major Tom. Okay, I'm going to turn that. I do not need that copyright strike. But is that Chris Angel? Chris Angel, get off the roof. Get off the roof. Why are you there? Why are you doing this to us? How are you doing this? Why are you doing this? This is pissing me off. I'm getting so pissed off right now. I'm so fucking mad at him. Like, oh, whoa. Like, can we throw rocks at him and see if he's even, is that a hologram? Because it looks like a hologram. But they're like, no, it can't be a hologram because look. Have you ever seen Chris Angel raised from the roof? Exactly. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Why are we just allowing this? Give him a ticket. You know what you missed? Chris Angel on his fuck shit again. It's definitely a satanic rich. Like, bro, get off there. That's also too high of a roof. Kind of rude. You don't need to be up there. Like what in the Las Vegas is happening right now? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah. Tombstones wants to marry a Jewish potato. That's really good at technology. No, dude, but that's actually a good idea. But no, dude, this is the halftime show. This is the Turning Point USA halftime show. Not now, Chris Angel. Look at him. He's doing it again. What I like to pretend Chris Angel is my little brother, and I'm in a car with him, and our parents are taking us on family vacation, and he just starts levitating. And I'm like, he's doing it again. Why is he doing this? Get out of here, you silly goof bag. Get the fuck out of here, Chris Angel. Chris Angel, get out of here. Okay. So so now we're going to ease back into, we're going to get on topic now, but we're still kind of in silly. See how I said we were crescendoing into the Epstein stuff today? How do you crescendo from silly into anything involving the Epstein stuff? By making fun of that rat bastard, of that pedo scumbag who is dead and good. And what better way than to show you super creative people out there who are brilliant geniuses. I will link these creators below so that you can go follow them. But somebody put this up and it got a giggle from me. What do you think about this?
Dear Jeff, I wrote you, but you still ain't calling. I left my cell, my pager, and my home phone at the bottom. I sent 2 Teslas back in autumn. You must not have got them. There probably was a problem at the island docks or something. Sometimes I scribble addresses too sloppy when I jot them. But anyways, fuck it. What's been up, man? How's Donald? Heard he's at the island too. I'm trying to see the young girls he done throttled. If I have a chance, guess who I trying to see modeled? It'd have to be Stacy. I read about your court case too. That's kind of crazy. I had a friend that got convicted for the same thing. His name was Kelly. I know you probably hear this every day, but I'm your biggest fan. I even got the underground shit that you did with Cosby. That was the man. I got a room full of your posters and your pictures, man. I like the rivalry that you got with Diddy too. That shit was litty. Anyways, I hope you get this, Jeff. Hit me back. It's a must. Dawn till dusk for the lust. This is Musk.
It is so that's Prince.Trunks, Trunk Z on Insta. None of these motherfuckers can spell good. Nobody understands grammar. I don't think these billionaires are educated because they're not acting like it. And also, none of the pedos wanted to hang out with Elon. They stood him up. He lied about everything. And I feel like Prince Trunks is spot on. You think it's a spud potato? True. I could see that. He's just a baby, like a little baby spud. Yeah, he's a technology potato. You'll see him and you'll understand why Toombs needs to marry him. It's going to happen, okay? So, listen. That was okay. That is very creative. I really like what that gentleman did, ripping the shit out of Elon Musk. Now, this I meant to watch with you guys the other night. I forgot to put it on. I got distracted, but I found it again and I said, hey, we have to address this. So let me pop this up for you. So this is the Big Lebowski, okay? But it's the Jeffrey Epstein timeline. And boy, when I tell you, it's pretty accurate. I was stunned, okay? I was stunned. I'm a big Big Lebowski fan. Favorite movie. And let me tell you something. It really is it doesn't matter what is going on in the world. You can find a way to relate it to the Big Lebowski. So let's go ahead and check this out.
I'll suck your for $1,000.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Now, so far, we have what appears to me to be a series of victimless crimes.
What about the toe? Bring it about the fucking toe! Ow! Stay out of Malibu, deadbeat!
They're gonna kill that poor woman, man.
What the fuck are you talking about? That poor slut kidnapped herself.
You got any promising leads or?
Yeah, sure. They got us working in shifts.
Is this your homework, Larry?
This is a bummer, man.
You're entering a world of pain, son. We know that this is your homework.
And we know that this is your homework.
I cut your dick off. Nothing is fucked here.
Nothing is fucked.
No, man.
The goddamn plane has crashed into the mountain. Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
What was it? When you friend a stranger in the Alps?
What happens, Larry?
I do this exact moment, the moment when Jesus, when he's when he's doing his dance and it starts, the Jesus, and it starts and he kicks it. This exact moment slowed down. This is what goes through my head every time I got a good tweet out there. Like sometimes you hit enter on a tweet and then this happens.
Por el camino del desierto, el viento me despeina.
Did you guys like Bad Bunny at the Super Bowl? Que benito. If the answer is no, don't tell me. But if the answer is yes, tell me everything you loved about it, because me too. Holy shit. So good. I loved it. Jessica Alba, why were you there? That was fun. You missed bowling? Bowling with the Jesus. Well, you got to go bowling, Miss Donna. Go bowling. See. Go bowling. And Pedro was there. Pedro Pascal. Yeah, he was there. Cardi B. Cardi Quesada. Ricky Martin is when that's the moment I cried. Because Menudo, right around the time of the Epstein file, remember Menendez brothers' dads? Remember the dad? Remember his whole, and then the whole Weinstein Menudo thing, and then how they were all the island, that whole thing. Yeah, kind of weird, huh? That's some redemption, dude. It was brilliant. I want to know, as a Jewish Puerto Rican, what Laura thought about it. Any other Puerto Ricans out there? What did you think about it? The electric strike? I want to know what Holly, we have an electrician. We have a tradesman in our midst. She's been pretty busy, but when she does come in, we have to ask her about this. Holly, if you're out there, I want to ask you about, I have questions about the electrician struggle in Puerto Rico and that whole thing where they fell back on the light poles. Like, that was very symbolic, but I'm just very curious. If anybody, like if there's talk among the tradesmen, among the electricians about that moment. That was pretty good choreography, pretty big political statement. Damn. And I do love fighting with people about the history of sugarcane on Twitter. That is something that I didn't know I'd like, but it turns out I love it because not a lot of people enjoyed history class. Some people don't even know Puerto Rico is part of the U.S. And that is insane, but it's true. And I've seen it and I still can't believe it. Now, this I just thought fucking brilliant. Of course, I'm going to put this up. I don't know if I'm going to get copyright struck, but if I am, worth it. Somebody made a version of it's the trailer for the Melania movie that should have happened. So imagine if Melania, the documentary, okay, imagine if our first lady reacted and responded to her husband and world events in the way that a normal person with real thoughts, who's a human with empathy, would respond. Imagine just how most normal people would react to situations. Like, this is the Melania movie everyone wanted. This is the yes, queen, she turned on him version of the documentary. And I would fucking watch this and I would probably scream yes, queen. Okay. The squatter upstairs has a court date coming for throwing a chair at a judge. Well, first of all, should have been a book, not a chair. They got the phrase wrong, but also good for them. I'm glad they're going away. I mean, I feel bad for the judge, but at the same time, like, you're going to get a chair thrown at you if you're a judge. You got your own business. When they get out, seal your windows. Get them out. It's just the tip of it, of the chair. Oh, shit. Well, seal your windows. Okay, so this is Melania if it were a good documentary. Okay, enjoy.
Look at her face.
Now, it's obviously AI, but it looks so incredibly, insanely good. This is what the actors and writers strike was about, dude. Because if they can do this without you needing to be on set, then bye-bye to residuals, to rights, to getting paid for your likeness, to getting booked in for their series. Oh, we need you to play younger. Guess what? You don't even need to show up. We don't have to pay you SAG. We'll just use AI. Seeing this made me go, oh shit, that's why they're all pissed. Like, I already get it. Like, I know it's terrible. It has its benefits, but it's going to be terrible for art. Let's be honest. It's going in that originality out the window, theft out the fucking ass. It's going to get bad. It's already gotten bad. Making fake videos of people for nefarious purpose is going to be a huge thing. It's already clogging up the court system. Oddly, Theo Von and Kai the Hitchhiker are going to be the precedent set for the future of America because that case. So, holy shit. So basically, it's like if Melania reacted to the Epstein files as she should, and she decided to reject all that shit and was on the run and then became homeless, and then she goes into a cave and she's blessed by these witches who are like, you did the right thing. It's insane. I don't know. It might be Lord of the Rings. I don't know.
It will illuminate him and help.
That's right. It's a healing sisterhood in a cave. How come Melania can't go in the cave and be sisters and create a sister world? I want to see this documentary. Goddamn, right? Crazy, dude. Crazy. Megan and Megan, nice to see you. Hello, honey. Nice to see you. Everyone, make sure that you call Megan and Megan today for all of your legal needs. All right? All of them, no matter how complicated. She'll do it for free. She's pro bono as fuck. Okay. So let's go ahead and get to the gabagool. Let's go ahead and also, okay, I'm going to tell you guys some basic news coming up. Let me pop back up. So here's the new stuff that's going on. We'll get through this real quick. First thing you need to know this week, JD Vance got booed at the Olympics. It was hilarious. I love it. You should watch it. It made me laugh. Second thing, France might put Elon in jail. And I'm not kidding. Like, they might actually put Elon in jail. Why? Why is that? Because X violated a lot of horrible laws in France. Not horrible, like the laws are bad, but laws about horrible shit. Let me clarify. A lot of shit gets put on Twitter. Some of that stuff is considered illegal in France. Elon didn't give a fuck. In addition to many other privacy and technology law violations, France, i.e., the president of France, said, let's do an investigation into him. Okay? Because this guy's a prick and it looks like he violated a lot of laws and that's not cool. We told him to stop and he didn't fucking stop. So we're going to investigate. And so then they opened an international investigation into him. And then they basically were like, Elon, you fucked up and we're going to talk our shit. And they talk their shit. So let's hope that they do the right thing and he goes to jail forever. And I will give up my X account if that happens. I don't care. I'm willing to. It's not that good of a platform anyway. So I'm happy to give it up. If Elon goes to jail, that would be very nice because he belongs there and he scares me. So he's going to look great in orange. You won't look as washed out as you do on the tiny yacht in Lake Travis. Trust me, Elon. Just go to fucking jail where you belong. Because they're not going to let him on the island. All right? They're just not. It's not happening for you, hon. So that's going to happen, hopefully, but that's on the docket. Okay. Third thing, 50 Cent has been reaching out to Trump because he's trying to fuck Diddy out of a pardon. And he openly admitted this. He openly admitted this in multiple interviews. He has put the word out. He wants to communicate with the devil himself to make sure P. Diddy never gets a pardon. He has taken this to a level of petty we've never seen before. He is canoodling with the enemy to fuck over P. Diddy a little bit more because P. Diddy deserves it. And holy shit, I love 50 Cent. Go out and buy his album. Okay? Support 50 Cent. It's odd, but support him for reaching out to Trump to fuck over Diddy because that's actually pretty funny. That's next level dedication of hateration that we can only strive for. Okay? It really is wild behavior, and I would expect nothing less. Okay. Today, Ghislaine, the financiers, madame, went in front of the House Oversight Committee, invoked the Fifth Amendment because she's expecting a pardon from Trump. That's fucking crazy, right? But it gets crazier because the director of the FBI, Thomas Massey, has been going ham. Not John Ham, not Juan Hambone, but he's been going ham on social media. And what do I mean by that? He's realized that the liberals, the conservative, everybody will love him if he fucks over Trump on these Epstein files, because right now nobody likes Trump. He figured that out. So he's like, maybe I'll go a little lib. Maybe we'll do it this time, even though I defended all this shit before and I've been horrible. Let me go ahead and let me just say, hey, fuck it. Like, fuck conservatism. It's not about parties. It's about what's right, which, okay, Marjorie. So he has decided, and again, you know what? It's better than nothing. We kind of need it right now. So I'll allow it. It's not up to me in any way. But he's been going off and he's been like, show us the files, stop making excuses, fuck you. And then Trump's like, fuck your wife. And then he's like, fuck your wife. And now they're all like fighting. And chef's kiss to that. Love seeing it. Here's what happened. So first, the director of the FBI, okay, reached out to Thomas Massie, and he said, threats. Okay. So the director of the FBI tried to blackmail Thomas Massie. Okay. He tried to blackmail Thomas Massie over the Epstein files. He's like, back the fuck off. Stop saying that we need to release them or shit's going to go down. Now, why did he do that? Probably because the House Oversight Committee hearing was coming up. Now, how do we know he did that? Because Thomas Massie, they were like, you're on your fuck shit. You're playing with us. Quit playing with us. There's no way you're going to go sit at the nerd table when you're a popular kid. Come sit over here with the rest of the popular pedo kids. Don't go sit. You're not going to do that. It's embarrassing for you to be with them. They're evil because they don't want kids to die or get raped. So they're evil. And then Thomas Massie put his middle finger up, walked across the cafeteria and sat with the rest of us nerds who were like, that's fucked up the way you treat people. And they didn't see that coming. So now they're like, yo, you kind of made us look like a fool on Spirit Day, and that's pretty fucked up. If you do that again, my dad is going to have your dad fired. And then Massie's like, fucking do it. I don't even like my dad. And it's like, whoa, Massie. So that's the energy. You feel me? So let's watch. Not only that, he outed them. He's like, they tried to blackmail me. So now he's just gone full-blown dry snitch. And I love this for him. You know what? I'm willing to forget his entirety of his past. Like, it's fine. Keep this energy up. Because he did two things. They threatened him and he snitched. And the other thing I'll show you right after this, okay? Here you go. Watch this video. This is him snitching.
Also, I'm gonna say this here on camera because it's important. One of Kash Patel's staff threatened my staff with a criminal investigation if we didn't straighten up and play ball.
I was going to ask you about that, but since you brought it up, and I didn't,
I'm bringing it up.
Okay, you brought it up.
And so, like a criminal investigation having nothing to do. He said it was going to be a fraud. We're going to investigate one of your staff for fraud. Right. And he told another one of my staff this: if you guys don't straighten up, you know, if you want to play hardball, if this is how you want to play it, or something like that, this member of your staff is going to get criminally investigated for fraud. A very specific threat.
If you don't play ball, we're going to investigate you and we're going to call it fraud. Damn. Kash Patel? That's not very cash money of you, sir. Kind of illegal thing for it's an illegal thing for the director of the FBI who didn't actually read the files and is lying about everything in them to do. It's pretty fucked up. So Massie got messy. He got messy and he snitched, and I love that for him. And then you guys, is where it gets good. He says, fuck it. Fuck these hoes. And he went on the news. Okay, and this is the best part. Are you ready? This is from Derek Evans on Twitter. He says, Justin, Thomas Massie says he's prepared to invoke the nuclear option if the Department of Justice won't unredact the Epstein client names. What is the nuclear option, ladies and gentlemen? Thomas Massie says he warns that if Pam Bondi and her Justice Department refuse to release the files and the Epstein client names, he will read the names publicly himself. Because remember that the list, the full unredacted list, they said, fine, we'll show you the whole client list, but no one else can see it because it's under seal. And they said, Oh, bitch, you kissed by a rose? You kissed from the wrong name? And then they sang that song. And he said noted, and he literally noted it. He noted the entire client list. And now he's like, bitch, you want to keep talking shit? Cash, you want to keep talking shit? I'll just tell everyone. I'll go to fucking prison. Fuck you guys. I kind of love this for him even more. Holy shit, sir. This is called redemption.
I'm ready to do that if the victims want me to. They believe that the best way to get justice is to force the DOJ to release these names. I've already read one name in a committee with the FBI director there. That's Jess Staley. And again, he may or may not be guilty, but he's been accused by these victims, the lawyer tells me. And there are other names. I don't have them in my possession, but if the victims want to give them to me, I've expressed that I'm willing to do that. But again, the best way is to force the DOJ to release those names on those 302 forms. I'm ready to do that if the victims want me to. They believe that the best way to get...
So you've got the 302 forms, you've got the victim's testimony, okay? And then let's not forget the DOJ fucked up because they did post a lot of files that you could copy paste before, and a lot of people downloaded all of them. So let's not forget that. And by the way, if you're not mad enough, get real mad, because guess what else they did? The other day, it was actually over a week ago now, when they did the 10, 11, and 12 drop. Okay, they did the 10th and the 11th and the 12th drop all over, I believe it was a 2-day period. When they did that, they forgot to redact a lot of stuff, okay? And it was serious stuff. Serious, like victims who have never been named before. Total full name out. Victims whose pictures were out. Testimony out, like everything. And it gets worse. In the photo drop, they forgot to black out nude children. So CSAM was up there on the Department of Justice website, unredacted, of little children. And for 20 minutes in time, anybody could fucking download it. And the DOJ found out and they went, whoopsie. So the DOJ distributed child pornography and then said, whoopsie. And then the victims had to have their attorneys reach out because a lot of them, the ones that are not named, some who were as young as like 10, 11, and even younger, who had never been named before, are now getting 100, 200, 1,000 calls from CNN, NBC, from everybody, and getting weird threats. And people are posting on all their social media, calling them liars. And they had no idea they were even, like, they're like, you included that at all? Like, this should have not been in any drops. While simultaneously, words like don't had the big black box over them. Why? Because Don T. So they have gone so far in protecting Trump and suspects and actual like pedophiles in there, but they have forgotten to redact the nude bodies of children, the entire names of victims, and identifiable information, their addresses, their phone numbers, their emails. And they now have to individually fight with the DOJ for about a week, I believe it was, to get their names and shit taken down. And then their little PR wimp, puny motherfucker, goes up there and gives a big fake apology. He didn't even say they were sorry. He's like, we're working very hard. It's a lot of files. He made excuses. And now there is a link up on the page where if you are a victim, please email here. So it is now incumbent upon you as a victim to sort through 3 million documents. Again, that's 2,000 copies of the Holy Bible, to make sure that they're not incidentally mentioned in there, and then they have to follow up and press them to take it down. Anyway, so that happened. So now on to a couple of other things. We're starting now. I'm going to pull up the first thing. We're not going to watch this whole thing, but I do want to watch some of it, and I am going to put it on 1.25 because this is the most recent, most up-to-date info, and we did already talk about it. But I want you to see it, and it's Ghislaine invoking the fifth. Now, what you're about to see, the reason I'm showing you this specific one is because, and we are going to watch a few of these in the future, not all of them today, but this is the first one that came out, and it was after the House deposition. And we know already that Thomas Massie and other people involved in the oversight committee have been threatened by the FBI or like pressed upon, or one woman, they were going to come like, or they essentially forced her to resign or threatened to fire her. And she used to work at the FBI, and then they just showed up at her door and gave her a courtesy call, but her teenage son was home. Because they needed to give her a letter that was essentially the FBI telling her to shut the fuck up, or she would be subpoenaed, which was weird because she hadn't said anything, and it was very disturbing, and she had to convince them to like, please get these agents off my door. And it was very strange. It was, I believe she was an attorney for the Justice Department, and then also worked in the FBI at one point or another, and she ended up quitting or being asked to resign because she didn't want to go and serve an illegal or unlawful subpoena, if you will. She didn't want to do things that she was asked to do that she believed were un-American, wholly against the Constitution, and not right or true or moral or ethical. So that happened. So there have been a lot of threats going on, and then Ghislaine shows up and she's like, I'm not going to answer any of your questions, which she legally has to, really. But it's just her sitting there saying, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth. So this is the reaction of a lot of people who are frustrated, who genuinely do want the Epstein files out. But you're going to see the president's ex-base, technically still base for some of them, and they're just frustrated, and they're coming out and they're like, you know what, fuck that. Like, everybody's kind of over this bullshit. And she essentially, her attorney said, like, she's trying to get a pardon. Fuck you guys. She is still denying that any of this shit happened and thinks she's innocent, but she has already been sentenced and served time. So it makes absolutely no sense for her to do this, because you can just admit it and cooperate and get the pardon, then people might actually like you. But she's fucked. If they do let her out, she is fucked. No one's going to put up with her bullshit. So let's see some of this. These are the people leaving the hearing. They're probably a little shell-shocked because, keep in mind, they are also seeing things as they're being released to them, but not us, the public. So there's a lot of discussions going on, and there are times when they might ask a question, demand something. Now let's go in the back and we can look at these in a chamber. And they're seeing stuff. Like this one woman who walked out, she was like crying, and it was after she met with the Epstein survivors. So, and then we just came down off of a wild ass Super Bowl, where there was a Super Bowl commercial of the survivors that was very, very poignant. And I will put a link to it under the video, or you could just look it up on YouTube. I can't play it for you. It'll stop the stream. But yeah, it was very intense, and a lot of people have very strong feelings of it on both sides. And I want you to see how some of the committee members came out and answered questions from the press about this, having just walked out of Ghislaine's oversight committee hearing, and she's like, fuck you guys. She doesn't care. And it is shocking. It really is. Like, bitch, the audacity, the caucasity of this woman. Like, you could actually help people. Remember the Melania trailer? I'm not saying she can't redeem herself. She's a filthy, disgusting piece of shit sex trafficker. Possibly Mossad or Mossad adjacent, so fuck her. But Here, just check this out. Hello, Sister Wendy. Nice to see you. We are shaming Jelaine.
Pergram, saying that Fox is told that Ghislaine Maxwell has invoked the fifth during her virtual deposition before the Oversight Committee about the Epstein files. She was providing that from her cell in Florida. So we did want to share that with you. Meanwhile, we were also hearing from House Oversight Chair James Comer, and we did want to play out his remarks for you right now.
That every American has, questions that would be very important in this investigation, and she chose to invoke her Fifth Amendment rights.
Mr. Chairman, clarify what her lawyer said about President Trump and Clinton, and do you think that there's anything more to do with Ghislaine Maxwell now that she pled the fifth?
What, you correct me if I'm wrong. Just to be clear, what her attorney said, Maxwell didn't say. Her attorney said that she would answer questions if she were granted clemency by the president Trump, and that she went on to say about Clinton and
But so she wants to keep focusing on Clinton in exchange for clemency. So she's obviously trying to use the suffering of victims as a bargaining chip. And I think what they just said right now is exactly proof of it. Because literally, if you give me immunity, if you give me clemency, if you exonerate me, bitch, from what? I thought you said you were innocent, bitch. Oh, so you did do some shit. Oh, you'll tell us what? You must have good information. She basically just admitted that through her attorney. So she's a fucking idiot. And here's the thing. Trump doesn't give a shit. And she could literally be like, yeah, I drank the blood of 1,000 unborn babies. What? And he would probably be like, they were good babies, but Ghislaine is better. And then he would just pardon her. He literally doesn't care. Also, hello, Alejandria from Chile. Oh my God. Girl, nice to see you. How did they react in Chile to the Bad Bunny concert with the football around it? And also, dude, did you guys cry when you saw all the flags together? Oh my gosh. Thank you for watching the stream, hun. Hola, hola. Everybody's gonna listen. We're all gonna pretend we know Spanish right now. And because we're trying our best. Can Chile help us out here? Yeah. Hey, can you help us out here? Can we throw Ghislaine in your ocean? Listen, this shit, all the flags were moving and all the plants were people. They were people. Where are you going?
I want to go get some tacos.
You're gonna go get tacos? Okay. Pardon me. I have to give a taco order. I'll be right back.
He went on to expand that. The other thing is he pointed out a number of times that she has a habeas corpus petition pending for a new trial and release, and that's why she is not going to answer questions.
Mr. Chairman. I know that those conversations are ongoing. They would like them to be public. Is your understanding still that we're looking at those same February dates and they're going to be private?
Yeah, that's what they agreed to, and they will be public, just like this will be public hopefully very soon. We've released every transcript and every video and audio of every deposition we've done since I've been chairman of the committee.
Mr. Chairman, does the committee have any plans to subpoena Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick given the revelations?
We're going to try to get these 5 nailed down.
Alejandria, I've ordered my tacos. Specifically, I've ordered a torta al pastor. Also, dude, I wish we didn't rule. You know why? Because we have a lot of pedophiles here and everything is fucked right now, Alejandria. It is fucked, okay? It is bad. Trust me. Don't listen to us. We're all idiots compared. Here, it's a good thing to speak one language for some reason. If you speak 2 or 3, people shame you. It makes no fucking sense. It's literally it's like, how dare you speak multiple languages? Ew, go back home. Go to your other country. It's like, dude, you guys know we all immigrated here, right? I kind of want to tell the racists, hey, go back to your country. Hey, go back to Europe if you're gonna behave like that. All right. Pre-American Revolution. Get the fuck out of here. Taco money, you guys eat empanadas? We were just talking about making empanadas. It's so easy. It's so fun and it's so easy. but we have an empanada food cart near us, but they put sweet potatoes in it. It feels weird, dude. We also have some people here in America where they put ketchup on tamales. It's really upsetting. And yeah, we can have, this is a lot of dark stuff, a lot of dark thoughts. You want to get the torta?
Yeah, I did the whole order in Spanish too.
Hell, you did?
Yeah, and she even.
He did the whole order in Espanol.
Why people don't brag about that now?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to brag about that.
I can brag to you.
You can brag to me. He feels weird being a white people and bragging about that. Pierogies are Polish empanadas? Oh, that's a really good point. That's actually a really good point. Damn. You kind of blew my mind there a little right now. Anyway. Yeah, I don't remember what we were talking about. Polish empanadas? Oh, yeah. This is some dark stuff, so I am going to give you a palate cleanser. Let's go ahead and we need something real good. Oh, dude. We'll give how about a dramatic moment with me telling you guys a story in my new coat.
My father gets a job at the Palm Restaurant. My Uncle Junior works there, who was a Jehovah's Witness, believe it or not. He went from Catholic to Jehovah. So basically, my grandmother wanted us all to switch from Catholic to Jehovah. Meanwhile, we're from Harlem. My father's doing coke. My mother thinks she's Aunt Margaret. She's teasing the hair with a bottle of vodka. So dysfunctional, cross-addicted family, still cooking pasta on Sundays. And the meatballs, they wind up being burnt.
And the meatballs, they wind up being burnt. Also, if I can't think of a better metaphor for America, I don't know who I am, but I think this is the perfect one.
Oh, I have not smoked all day. I'm about to flip the out. Smoke what? Weed. What do you think? I haven't smoked all day long.
Where are you going? You need drug rehab?
No, not really. I like to smoke about this time of the day. And all this is keeping me to where I can't go do it. Now, I'm gonna go do it.
You're strung out on weed?
See, in America, you can behave like a fucking brat, but in there are other countries. There are places in the world where if you did what Janelle just did, they would just shoot you in the head and leave you in the woods. And they'll be like, she was a bad girl. And it's just, you live with it because that's how life is there. And here, you can just talk shit to Barbara like that? Nah. Grounded,
We've got a lot of very important people we're trying to bring in to answer questions. We don't want to do anything to jeopardize the 5 that we have on the book. So we'll see what happens here, and we'll move forward.
Do you have concerns
We're interested in talking to anyone that might have any information that would help us get justice for the survivors. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On the disagreement with the Clintons about closed door videotape testimony versus public hearing, are you concerned this will be enough to restart contempt proceedings, or do you think you'll come to a resolution?
I mean, they said they agreed to a standard deposition. That's what a standard deposition is. Every time I've come out here for a press guy.
Yeah, but they want it public. And I feel like you guys are trying to not do that so that you can sway it towards the Clintons and away from Trump. But see, the thing that makes me really suspicious is when people are like, yeah, I'll fucking take a polygraph. And then a bunch of other people are like, fuck no, I won't take a polygraph. And he did it. I'm starting to think maybe we're giving the wrong guy the wrong polygraph. You know what I mean? Maybe.
Well, with you all, we've had a standard deposition. So this is how depositions work, and it will be made public. So they want a public deposition. This is what they're going to get.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask you about Ilhan Omar for a moment?
Can I ask you a question
Mr. Chairman,
about
your
Ilhan
investigation
Omar?
of thank you. Your investigation about Ilhan Omar. Why are you targeting her when there is Ilhan Omar?
Great question. It's because they are racist and she's brown. So they're like, get her. This guy goes home at night and calls ICE, just on everyone. Do you see how they're giving non-answers? They're doing Sarah Huckabee Sanders shit, but they're also pretending they're here for the victims. It's very strange. It's very strange.
Your committee investigation with Ilhan Omar, when there is a process in the House, if people have questions about their conduct, this would go through the Ethics Committee. Why is this under the jurisdiction?
And I'm glad you asked that question. I've spoken with the Ethics Committee. The Ethics Committee has jurisdiction over members of Congress. The the two businesses in question are owned by Ms. Omar's husband. So the ethics committee does not have jurisdiction over.
So let's focus on Ilhan Omar's husband's business, his work, like the job. Like, first of all, when she came into Congress, like that's when you guys had the chance to vet her and her family, and she got a security clearance. So like it worked. So there's clearly not an issue. So why are you fucking with this colleague of yours, husband, likely at the behest of the president because he's the one who talked all the shit? Why are you doing that when you are standing in front of a closed door and should be open door oversight committee hearing? And the world's most infamous sex trafficker just pled the fifth because she is trying to extort America in exchange for a pardon. Why are you worried about what Ilhan Omar's husband did? What did he not pay $400 in taxes? Okay, I'll pay it. Shut the fuck up. Go get the files. Show us the files.
A spouse, only a member. So that's why we just asked, we would have questions. I don't think anyone would.
But it pertained to her overall finances because that is listed on her financial disclosure report, even though that's her spouse.
We read this by the ethics committee and we think this is.
And you know what's crazy? You know who didn't do a financial disclosure report, who didn't adhere to it? Trump. See, they had to literally leak. Like outside sources and outside agency had to leak his taxes. And then we found out he only paid $750 twice in the last 12 years. So why aren't you guys doing that? Why are you fucking with
the appropriate route. So, and we'll do one more question.
One
Yes.
question, just going back to the Clinton deposition. Sorry for space. I understand that you're going to release the transcripts, you'll release the video. Why is there reticence to just have it be public? Since the Clintons, look, they are not your typical.
When you say public, what do you mean? I mean, it's going to be the video, and we'll release it. The public will see every second of the deposition.
But not at the time that it happened. But not at the time that it happened. So what's the reticence?
But a few seconds later, I mean, I think the Clintons are trying to muddy the waters and create a false narrative like, oh, depositions behind closed doors. That deposition was behind closed doors, but you had at least 10 members of Congress in there, and you'll have the video, I hope, very soon.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Ghislaine Maxwell, we know from the Epstein files, didn't tell the truth. She got moved to an open prison. Now she's asking for clemency to speak at all. Was it a mistake to move her to that prison? Should she be moved back?
I don't know the rationale for moving her from one prison to the other, but look, initially she had asked that the oversight committee grant immunity, and
see, here's the thing that I do like about all this is I like watching him sweat and come up with bullshit excuses. But also, oh yeah, and you know who's gonna pay the $1 billion if he wins? Allegedly us. Guess who's never gonna pay taxes again? All of us. That's right. Commit to it, group. Can we commit to it? We can all commit to it, right? No one pay your taxes this year. Fuck them. Fuck them. You know, unless you're getting money back, get that money back. Go get your unclaimed government funds before they devalue the dollar, because shit's about to get weird. We need to listen. Can we storm the Bastille? How do we do this without? How do I encourage you legally without also legally inciting a riot, getting arrested? How do we?
When we met with the survivors of Epstein, it was pretty clear, according to the survivors, and you know, we had 20-some members in that meeting, that Maxwell was a very bad person, and she committed a lot of crimes. And it was the intent, in my opinion, when we left that meeting in a bipartisan manner, that we would not grant immunity. Now, what she said today, she's asked for clemency from the president. So I personally, for the reasons you just stated, don't think she should be granted any type of immunity or clemency. But we'll obviously, you know, as more documents are read and understood, then we'll go from there. But I'll close with this. I think it's great that the Department of Justice has let members of Congress come in and look at all the unredacted versions of the documents. Attorney General Bondi is doing what she was supposed to do via our subpoena first on the House Oversight Committee, as well as the Epstein Transparency Act. So I think we're finally going to get some answers, and hopefully at the end of the day, we can do what our objective is in this hearing, provide justice for the survivors. So thank you all very much.
That was Representative James Comer that we heard from right there, the chair of the House Oversight Committee, talking after Ghislaine Maxwell pleaded the Fifth during her virtual deposition. A live look there on Capitol Hill after Chair Comer spoke. Happening right now, Democratic members of the House Oversight Committee are also speaking to the media. We're going to get to all of that in just a moment. We'll be right back. We are continuing to follow reaction after Ghislaine Maxwell pleaded the Fifth during her virtual deposition. This is a live look right here from inside Capitol Hill. We were just hearing from House Oversight Chair James Comer, and just wrapping up during the break, we were hearing from Democratic committee members, and I did want to play out those remarks for you right now.
All right, so after we get these remarks, we are going to, I'm going to give you the biggest drop of the day from the Epstein shit that's been dug out thus far. Remember, it's 3 million documents. We're learning new things every day. I was able to look it up. Yep, confirmation on this one. So as soon as this jabroni's done talking, okay, as soon as we hear from a damn guy, and this beautiful lady who I absolutely love, who's hilarious, I will read to you the thing that made my back hairs stand up earlier, because what the fuck?
Good afternoon, everyone. Ghislaine Maxwell is a monster. She facilitated, aided, and abetted Epstein's crimes, engaged in those crimes. She was the enforcer who threatened the victims and the survivors of those crimes. And today we looked into the eyes of that monster in the deposition. What we did not get were any substantive answers to the questions that were asked that would advance our investigation, to help us learn who were the other men involved in these crimes, to help us learn who were the others who knew about these crimes, to help us learn what exactly was said between Todd Blanche and Ghislaine Maxwell that led her to be transferred to a minimum security prison. What we did get was another episode in her long-running campaign for clemency from President Trump. And President Trump could end that today. He could rule out clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell, the monster. He could rule out a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, the monster. The question for all of us today is, why hasn't he done that, and why won't he do that?
Is there a conspiracy of silence?
I'm going to turn it over to my colleague from the Commonwealth of Virginia, Sue Subramanian.
Thank you. Just to reiterate, Ghislaine Maxwell should have no hope of ever getting out of prison. But today, she, through her lawyer, explicitly stated that she wants to be out of prison through a clemency that this president would grant. And she is campaigning over and over again to get that pardon from President Trump. And this president has not ruled it out. And so that is why she's continuing to not cooperate with our investigation. The reality is she is a monster. She should be behind bars. She should stay there. She should answer our questions, but she is not willing to do so because she is looking for that pardon and looking to absolve any people related to this administration. So we will continue to call for this president to completely rule out a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm going to hand it over now to the representative from Texas, Ms. Crockett.
Thank you so much. Listen, as an attorney, I was wondering exactly where all we were going with her planning to invoke the Fifth Amendment. You know, Fifth Amendment is about self-incrimination. We all know that she has been finally convicted. She has exhausted all of her appeals, but they've decided to file a writ of habeas corpus. In my opinion, they have filed this writ of habeas corpus just to use it as an excuse to not answer more questions, because again, we know that she's a monster. We know that a jury was able to listen to all of the evidence and find that she should be found guilty. And even Donald Trump's Supreme Court, which that is saying a lot, even his Supreme Court has decided to affirm every single thing that took place on the trial level. So the fact that this woman is continuing to invoke the Fifth Amendment tells us exactly what my colleagues have already stated. She is a monster. She does not care. She has no remorse. She is not seeking to bring about some kind of closure for.
I want you. Can you run for president, please? Jasmine, Texas loves you. Can you run for president? Can you run against Governor Abbott, please? Please.
These women. She doesn't care. And frankly, it seems like this administration overall does not care. All they care about is protecting the powerful and protecting pedophiles. They will do anything to distract from that, including deciding to put up in the middle of Black History Month, the most racist thing that we've ever seen come out of a White House. But I am here to tell you that House Democrats, specifically on the Oversight Committee and the Judiciary Committee, as we do have Pam Bondi coming before.
To be fair, it's really hard to find a picture of Trump leaving the White House, but I get what she means.
For us here in a minute. We will not be deterred. We will not be distracted. We know who it is that needs to be held accountable, and we will go in and we will make sure that we continue to dig. This will not stop us because his co-conspirator decided that she was going to try to play games with us this morning. I got news for you, Ms. Maxwell. We're not done. We're going to continue to go. And it is my hope that this court resolves this sham of a I don't even know what to call it, this scam of a maneuver that she has filed in court. That is what we will call it. We hope that that is resolved quickly and we can bring her on back since we're not physically moving her. She's still in her cushy jail cell down in Texas. We will bring her back so that she can answer questions and hopefully finally start to answer questions truthfully. And now I'm going to pass it over to my good friend out of New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Before we hear from you, Miss Sansbury, we'll come back to you, hon. Don't worry. We're going to come back to you in a minute because it's time for the big reveal. And I just confirmed it, and it is real. Ashley Banfield tried to fuck Epstein. She's trying to bang him, okay? For entertainment purposes only, allegedly. I have no money. Don't sue me. It is my opinion. Let me show you where. Let me show you where. Because what? I said this has to be, someone made this up. Because I get it. Luigi Mangione, I love saying his name wrong. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I know he has a lot of stands. And yes, he's an attractive guy who killed the guy who refuses to not take a pay cut and instead like charged and denied a lot of Americans a lot of life-saving medication. Like that guy killed a lot of people, but like Luigi killed him and somehow like it's not even, anyway, it's fine. So well, it's not fine, it's fucked up, but either way, look, Bam Bam is in the Epstein files and it's not good. She's trying to hook up with Epstein. She did an Elon. It is embarrassing. That's what happens when you try to fuck a pedophile. I don't know what to tell you, like allegedly, but also in the files, and it did happen. So let's go ahead and let's see if we can, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open in a new tab so we can zoom in on this bad boy. Because what, bitch? Okay, so this is from Peggy Siegel, or to Peggy Siegel from Jeffrey Epstein. But as we know, we start at the bottom here, okay? So Allison will send you the guest list. This is to Jeffrey. This is Sunday, December 29th. You can come alone or invite Ashley Banfield, who is lusting for you. I can give you email, phone. I am on 8:30 a.m. flight at airport now. I'll land at 11 a.m. in New York City. Have to be at lunch. Catherine Bigelow, 0 Dark 30 at 21 Club. So sorry I cannot go back with you. We had a cocktail party at Wendy and Rupert's for Ang Lee. Wait a minute. So Jeffrey was at Wendy and Rupert Murdoch's house for what? Oh, for the Brokeback Mountain author and directors? Okay. But his mother suddenly croaked at 103. Croaked is what he meant. Epstein's not a very compassionate gentleman. And I would argue suddenly at 103? Okay. So I might have a free night. Oh, his 103, Ang Lee's 103-year-old mother died. Ex-immigrant. He came from a struggle. No big deal. She croaked. I might have a free night so I can hang out with Banfield. What the fuck? Oh, wait, no. I read that wrong. Forgive me. Can you forgive me, please? That was Peggy. That was a woman acting like that. That's my bad. Peggy said that shit. So hold up. So Peggy is the person who is saying she might have a free night because Ang Lee's mom suddenly croaked. Wow. So this is an adult woman who said that, who is ripping on. Okay. And then what did Jeffrey say? I'll bring my own things. Okay. Then Peggy from Jeffrey to Peggy, send documents to 71st Street. Any amazing girl I should take to Sunday event. I will leave London Thursday night at 5 for New York. Now, here is the message from Ashley Banfield to Peggy that Peggy, forwarded to Jeffrey Epstein to show him she's into you. And late for Matt Damon premiere tonight. Won't make the movie, but may try for a party. Is that still okay? And is your friend Jeffrey still single? XO Ash. Yeah, he probably is. He probably is. Anyone who goes on that many beach vacations, something's weird. Yeah, so is Jeffrey Epstein still single? Says Ashley Banfield in 2012. Keep in mind, he was already outed as a pedophile. He had already been on an ankle monitoring system. He'd already been charged in the Florida cases. So he is a registered sex offender, and she's a news personality who not only knew, but like reports on this shit for like a fucking living. So Jeffrey, the registered sex offender, Ashley Banfield wants to know if you're single. Unfortunately, Ashley, he's dead. How was your walk? The hoodie was a bad idea. It's very hot today. You guys, it's like 80 degrees here in Texas. Anyway, Ashley Banfield tried to fuck Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, she didn't try to fuck him. She wanted a relationship. She wanted to go on a date. What would you call this? Because this isn't the only one. Apparently, okay, so Ashley really wanted to go out with him. When I say she's the new Elon, I mean she's the new Elon. Like, even the pedophile didn't want you, girl. Damn. Yikes. I know. Even Dylan is stunned. Okay, so let's go back to this. That's crazy. Yikes. No, not Benefield, but also very Florida. I can see how you would get that mixed up. No, Banfield. Absolutely ban. Oh, she absolutely knew things. Absolutely. Everybody knew things. Because it actually wasn't just contained to Florida. It was on national news. Because people started questioning like how he was tied to all these officials. The 2009 is the year that everyone went, oh, what the fuck? And people, this started going on national news. I mean, she was a reporter. Like, this is wild. I think she heard billionaire probably and didn't care. Billionaire don't care, that type of attitude. Because at this point, burn them all. They're all fucking terrible people. Like, I'm like, it, like that. Oof, girl, bad look. You know what? I wonder if she'll speak on it. It would be interesting to see if she has anything to say about it. I am very curious. Because thus far, a lot of these people not addressing much. Like Barry Weiss, her fucking wife is in the shit. Literally, her whole life is talking about this shit. And chastising and shaming and yelling about it. And coming up with weird conspiracies about it that are kind of more political than anything. She's concerned about fiscal responsibility. And her wife is in it. And she just, nope. It's wild. Okay, let's watch some more of this. And then we'll get to the last few things. Because I have a crazy story to tell you about the art world and all this. And I'll show you the stuff in the files on it here.
It is Monday, February 9th. We are just walking out of the deposition with Ghislaine Maxwell after the House Oversight Committee has subpoenaed Ms. Maxwell to speak to the committee in our ongoing bipartisan investigation into the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein and to hold those accountable who have not yet been investigated and convicted of those crimes. As was evidenced this morning, Ghislaine Maxwell did not provide information to the committee and instead invoked her blanket Fifth Amendment rights. While we are not able to speak to the specifics of what was said within the deposition until the deposition record is made public, it is very clear that she used this opportunity to not only campaign for clemency as she has been doing, but also to send a direct message that she is hoping that people who were sitting in the deposition will transmit to the President of the United States, which is that her silence can be bought through clemency. It is very clear that that is the message that she is trying to send directly to Donald Trump himself. Directly. She is telling Donald Trump through her deposition that she is trying to buy her clemency. Now, she did state that she is taking and invoking her Fifth Amendment rights because of a pending habeas petition before the Southern District of New York. But let us be clear, her case appeals have already gone to the United States Supreme Court and they have been denied. She is not being released from jail unless, of course, Donald Trump buys what she's selling. So we want to be clear that she is exactly where she's supposed to be in terms of her conviction, and she needs to go back to the prison where she belongs. Now, we have a lot of questions for Ms. Maxwell with regards to what actually happened in Epstein's affairs, who was directly involved in the sex trafficking, money laundering, and influence peddling scheme that she and Jeffrey Epstein were involved in, how Donald Trump was involved, and whether or not he committed any crimes himself, as did his many associates who are named in the Department of Justice files. Let us be clear that Donald Trump is not only named thousands of times in the latest release from the Department of Justice, he is named over 38,000 times in the files that were released 2 weeks ago alone. And we know that that only represents half of the files that the Department of Justice has in its possession, including files that were used for direct investigations of perpetrators, people who committed crimes, people who were co-conspirators in those crimes, and individuals who knew of those crimes. We know that there are multiple administration officials, including Howard Lutnick, Elon Musk, who served as the appointee for the Doge efforts in the White House. We know that the Secretary of Navy, we know that Steve Bannon, we know that there are more than 36 associates, family members, and individuals directly associated with Donald Trump named in those files. Now, there are now at least 9 or 10 other countries across the world that have opened investigations or forced their leaders to step down because of their mere association with Jeffrey Epstein. And the United States government is engaged in an active cover-up of the largest sex trafficking scandal and influence peddling scandal in the history of the United States, and Donald Trump is right at the center of it. And the person who is living to provide the evidence, who knows what is going on, is trying to invoke the Fifth to buy her clemency. So let's be clear on what we saw here today. This was an effort to essentially try to secure her pardon by keeping her mouth shut. And we will not allow this silence to stand. It was announced late last week that the Department of Justice would allow members of Congress to view the unredacted files of the files that have been released. And many of us will head to the Department of Justice today to look at the memos and internal documents of Department of Justice that were removed from the website to understand why names of survivors were unmasked and why and who the Department of Justice is shielding as they have redacted files that include perpetrators and co-conspirators. And with that, we will stand for questions.
Can you talk about if there was a conversation around Howard Lutnick, for example? I know Comer said he didn't want to disrupt the other 5 depositions that they have scheduled, but I don't know how even just trying to speak to Comer would disrupt the other 5. So I wonder if you could help us understand.
With regards to this deposition?
With regards to any future deposition with Howard Lutnick or some of the others that you described.
The committee is keeping an ongoing list of individuals we would like to subpoena. It's really important for folks to understand that in order for us to subpoena anybody, the majority has to consent. And so while we appreciate that there is bipartisan cooperation in this case, we have a whole list of individuals we would like to sit before the committee.
I want to know,
of course,
because Massey was talking about, I will release the client list. I would also like a list of the people who will not consent. I would like a list of her peers who are our representatives that will not consent to interviews of these individuals, and which individuals.
To Secretary Lutnick, and I personally believe that Mr. Lutnick needs to step down immediately.
What is your message to survivors amid this sort of wall of silence that we've seen today from Ghislaine Maxwell?
Our message to survivors is that we are here to bear witness, to fight for justice, and to fight for convictions.
Yeah, I mean, we're standing with them. We've been in communication with those survivors that are really there are a certain number of survivors that are really more involved than others, and they are standing for their fellow other survivors. They're out front. We are standing with them, and we are telling them that we're not going to back down, which is why we're very clear about the fact that, yes, this took place today, and basically Ghislaine was like, I'm not going to participate, but we're not going to stop. You know, there were those that thought we would stop when we were able to get the discharge petition done. There were those that thought we were going to stop when it didn't seem like we had the votes once we finally got that done. I mean, the House Speaker shut the House down so that we would not go there, right? And now that they have violated the law, because this is actually in law, we are not stopping. So I want people to understand that House Democrats, we are going to be on their asses. Like, that's just the reality.
And what is your message to President Trump in that case?
Same thing. We're going to be on his ass. I mean, you know, it is so, I don't really know where we are in this country. Why are we even having this conversation? The United States is falling apart right now, partially because he's going out and randomly allowing for the killings of people in the middle of the street. But the other part of it is that we have a 34-count convicted felon, and there are people that are still shielding him from any type of accountability as it relates to a child sex trafficking ring. It is time to take the blinders off. Like, I don't understand why we are pretending like any of this is normal. And I think that that is the level of frustration that so many people are bringing, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, specifically to the Epstein file situation. Because right now we know that they were willing to try to throw the Clintons in prison for not showing up, yet they won't even allow us to bring other people into committee who we know are mentioned in these files and mentioned so much more. When we went through the hearing as it relates to the Clintons, I said, listen, we know that Donald Trump's name is mentioned more. Bring him in too. Like, I'm not saying that this should be partisan. This should be whoever. I want to be clear about that. This, for the Democrats, this isn't partisanship. This is about right versus wrong.
Could I ask? I just want to say, with respect to the survivors, I spoke with a survivor this morning. Many of them are on Capitol Hill today at the Judiciary Committee hearing. And what I said to her is for members of Congress, Democrats and Republicans, to show just a tiny bit of the courage that the survivors have shown. If we can find it, if our Republican colleagues can find just a little bit of courage when the survivors have demonstrated incredible courage throughout this ordeal, we can make progress and get the transparency they're asking for.
Can I just ask, the Epstein files could possibly bring down a British Prime Minister. Why do you think that is happening there, but it's hardly politically hurting an American president?
Well, I think it's important to note that right now, the Congress is controlled by Donald Trump's allies. And our Speaker of this House preferred to keep the House of Representatives shut for more than 40 days so that we could not advance the Epstein Files Transparency Act. He is being actively shielded by members of his own party, whereas in other countries, including the UK, members of parliament are demanding accountability. And that is why our plea is to the American people. We need to hold these people accountable. And my message to Donald Trump is, we're coming for you. We are not moving on.
I'd like to ask you just a couple of things. First of all, about the demeanor of Ghislaine Maxwell. What did she say? How did she look? Can I also ask, we've heard from your committee before that you want to hear from former Prince Andrew and from Peter Mandelson. Do you think there are questions for the broader British royal family, King Charles?
Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell was once again unrepentant. She was very robotic, and she was not at all remorseful about pleading the Fifth today. I think, again, this is all strategy for her to try to get a pardon from President Trump. And she has never shown any remorse for the victims in this entire case.
As it relates to so as it relates to that part, I think that we want to speak to anyone who has information. Now, again, being an attorney, it's been quite frustrating that the Department of Justice has continued to hold files against the law and against the subpoenas, right? But what you would normally do is you would start with the evidence. So it's a matter of us taking a look at the evidence and trying to see who it is that is involved in this very tangled web. I think that we should speak to anybody, even if that means that we go that high. Now, do I have any evidence to suggest that there's anything there at this moment? Not necessarily, but I do want to see everything. And I will be clear about this. When we had our large roundtable where we talked to so many survivors, they did say that this has impacted high levels of government across the world, not just in England. They talked about multiple other countries. And so for us, we want to follow this because for all I know, we know that Epstein is gone, but does it mean that the ring is gone? Because of the sophistication in the way that this was set up, we need to make sure that we're not only fortifying our democracy here, but we need to make sure that there's not some cabal that is operating currently and still engaging in this type of behavior. And I think that is why it's so important that these survivors have come forward in this moment, because we don't know that it's not continuing to go on right now. We just know that Epstein is gone. We know that Maxwell is gone, but it wasn't just the two of them. And I think that that is why it is important that we review those files, and anyone that we feel like is involved, based on the files, based on the evidence, we felt like they need to come
Sorry,
forward
I
and
wasn't
speak to us.
thinking we were going to watch all of this, but it's only, I've got it on 1.25. It's got 2 minutes. And honestly, she's saying everything that I think we need to hear. So I'm going to let them finish.
So Congressman Biggs came out and said that Maxwell's lawyer said that she had no indication that either President Trump or President Clinton were implicated in any wrongdoing. Wondering if you'd confirm that you heard that, but also how you evaluate that statement given some of the comments you're making about her clemency plea.
We'll take your question and then we'll answer and wrap up.
I just wanted to ask what you all make of Congressman Comer's back and forth with the Clintons on closed door tape deposition versus public testimony, and if you're worried that this might derail what's going on right now and lead Republicans back to pursuing contempt.
Yeah, on the Clintons and Trump, she did say that she is happy to talk on the record to confirm that there was no wrongdoing on their part. I think that is part of her campaign again to get a pardon and get support from both parties. That's why she's mentioning Clinton too as well. But they were very explicit on saying she'd love to talk on the record to absolve the Clintons and Trump.
I'd say about the back and forth part of things, Secretary Clinton made it clear, if you want to do this, let's do this out front and in the open, right? And it seems like they don't want that to happen because what they want to do is they want to go behind closed doors and then come out with whatever spin that they want to put on it and have it be a he said, she said. I also do believe that this is yet another way of them trying to distract and hopefully trying to get Democrats to say, well, never mind, we don't want to talk about it if you're going to go after the Clintons. Again, for us, this is not about partisanship. This is right versus wrong. And frankly, we've not seen anything that would have made me believe that Secretary Clinton, of all people, should be coming in front of them in the first place. So this is about getting to the truth for us. And we understand that if there are names mentioned, that we should follow that evidence. But we do know that Comer is playing games because if he really wanted to get to the bottom, you would start with the person that actually has the information, which would be Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi is the first person that should have came in front of our committee to answer questions about why it is that she...
Boom. I want to hear that again because yes, 100%. Also, I just want to give a brief statement and then I'm going to let them completely finish. I'm not going to interrupt, but keep in mind, part of the interview process with Ghislaine, and if you go back on my channel, I put her interviews up, and you are going to hear another part of one of her interviews shortly, not obviously from the first investigation, because they didn't even fuck with her in the first one in Florida. This is leading up to this one. And it's so interesting because they started investigating him pretty fucking far back. Pretty much as soon as the Florida case was okay. And I mean, really, when he was on probation, even technically, but let's not go into that timeline yet. We will get there. But the point is, part of the interview process, and then when she was charged, the interrogation process, mainly that part, was the opportunity to negotiate a plea. Like, she could have asked for a pardon, just like all the other unindicted co-conspirators. She could have said, hey, give me a plea deal with a lot less time, even though she got a sweetheart deal, just like he did the first go around by getting to be in this Bryan low security facility with a fucking dog, a fucking iPad, a yoga circle. She can go out and run pretty much whenever she fucking wants. Like, she really has a sweeter setup than a lot of people. And I know that it's really frustrating for some people who, and we talked about this in the past, who have been in prison, but like, I've been looking at this facility. I'm telling you, it really is very Orange is the New Black, but a bit cushier. And she gets private meetings constantly. She has like an endless fucking supply of money that she can spend because, of course, you know, she's fucking rich. And keep in mind, Jeffrey was paying her 250 fucking K a year for doing nothing. She's got commissary, like she's got plenty of people to visit, to talk to on the phone. She has communication lines open. She can send emails. Like, it's kind of fucking crazy. Really, she's living my college dorm life plus a puppy. And I'm a little fucking pissed about it, honestly. And I had to pay for that. Okay. And now I have to pay for it again, but it's her living it. So what the fuck? You know, the fact that Ghislaine had the opportunity to negotiate a plea multiple times, not just once, multiple times. There was open communication with her attorneys and the people prosecuting her, in which every question they asked during the deposition, they were met with extremely rude and brash objection, like form. And they clearly, oddly, in a flipped situation, kind of groomed Ghislaine, because she seemed to all of a sudden become her own empowered feminist attorney. She got indignant, and you're going to see that. I'm going to show it to you. But it's wild that she has had many opportunities to negotiate a sit-down session where she could have easily been like, I'll fucking tell you everything. I'll give you a list of names, blah, 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 blah. But I want out of Club Fed in 3 years instead of 5. Like, she could have done that and she didn't. So the fact that she has taken it all the way to the oversight committee so that she can publicly negotiate, nay, dare I say, extort the American people, she, at this point, there is no question that she also lied. She perjured herself. She should have many more charges. She lied under oath a lot. And it's kind of crazy how in America nobody gives a fuck about that or due process anymore, which is wild. And here's another thing, and I agree with you, Alejandro. She hasn't worked a day in her life. You know, when she worked, what she was doing? Secretary work for her dad. And it's just her posing for photographs for a local magazine about how this heiress is out there doing the dirty work. No, she wasn't. She posed in front of some fucking binders, probably Mitt Romney's, probably full of women, and probably the girls that were being trafficked by her and her buddy Epstein, her wannabe butt buddy husband. She was a beard. We all know that. But the thing is, instead of like being into men, he was into young girls. And she was into picking them up for him at high schools, interviewing them. The fact that she gets attitude about Virginia being 17. Well, aside from Virginia, she was 17, but she claimed to be a professional masseuse. Are you fucking stupid? You didn't ask for ID, bitch? You must not have been good at your job. Why are you getting paid $250,000 a year to do that? She not only joined in on the abuse, she straight up was like, you're going to do this, or I'm going to fuck your life up, to that one girl who she was living the shop girl life. Was it Macy's? She worked at, I think it was Bergdorf Goodman. She threatened that girl to have a 3-way. Like, I mean, if you're threatening someone into a 3-way, it's not going to go well. She's evil. Oh, yeah. And it says it in the depositions. It says it. It's really disturbing.
Bondi. Pam Bondi is the first person that should have came in front of our committee to answer questions about why it is that she violated our subpoena. Instead, he's ignoring her violation. And then once we ended up with the Epstein Transparency Act, she has violated the law as it relates to that. And he still doesn't have anything to say. So I want people to be very clear-eyed. They are playing games right now. And again, this is all about shielding and distracting from the president of the United States, who is absolutely mentioned in those files. And frankly, we know that he had already been sued prior to him ever entering office, where there were allegations that he sexually molested a child. This is on the record. Now, granted, the case didn't go through and whatever, but we know that the allegations were there way before he even took office the first time.
And I'll just wrap this very briefly and just say this. The Clintons are cooperating. There are no grounds whatsoever at this point for any kind of contempt motion. Their deposition is scheduled, as far as anyone knows, it will occur. I just want to say this. The fact that Andy Biggs walked out of that room and delivered the message that Ghislaine Maxwell wanted was exactly what she wanted to send to Donald Trump. Clearly, he was acting as her messenger, because we were told explicitly to not repeat things that were said in that room. It's very clear she's campaigning for clemency, and it's very clear that Mr. Biggs delivered the message to Donald Trump. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Love that woman who straight up dry snitched and said, listen, that's Donald Trump's messenger. Did you see that? She's putting that shit on record. And so if anything, the press can hold them accountable. And that's very, very, very important. Ranking member Robert Garcia says, after months of defying our subpoena, Ghislaine Maxwell finally appeared before the Oversight Committee and said nothing. She answered no questions, provided no information about the men who raped and trafficked women and girls. Who is she protecting? And we need to know why she's been given special treatment at a low-security prison by the Trump administration. We're going to end this White House cover-up. Very good. Please do it. please. Okay, palette cleanser and then slideshow, and then I gotta go. All right. For your palette cleanser, of course, we're gonna watch Shaq levitating. Okay. So that's Shaq levitating. All right. Was it Carrot Top? I think it might have been. It does give you life, right? It's nice to see a big boy get up on the roof. It's really nice to see that. It's amazing to see it, actually. And I can't believe it happened. And I wish we could get some fucking answers. Also, how are you guys doing this week? Or should I say ladies? That's right. That's right. The demographic is here. I don't see no boys in the chat. So it's time to listen, the cat's out of the bag. I'm on my period. What about you? Are you on your period? Well, guess what? I have a message from you from Marcus Porter.
You are on your period. Send this to someone on their period. Congratulations. You are bleeding out. Do not feel shame about this blood. It is natural and beautiful. This is just your time of the month, and it will soon pass. Be thankful for your crampy fallopians. It means your dead uterus is being birthed from your slippy gash. You are not infected with the baby, so be proud of your menstruation. Embrace it. Wear fashions about it, like the ones I designed. Congratulations to me. I am on my period. There are also designs for PMDD and endometriosis. Don't forget to wear this on Free Bleed Friday. Please comment, I am blood. And always remember, you are loved, even if you're infected with gay.
Also, again, Super Bowl halftime show was great, but I know that most of the people from my hometown woke up this morning and started talking to their dog like this.
God damn, man, these motherfuckers gave me this goddamn dog for free. Come to find out I speak Spanish. Come here, Snack. Vente. Siéntate. Dame la mano, move.
And that's always fun. It's good to embrace other culturas. And I'm very proud of you, everybody who taught your dog, dame la mano, because you were moved by Benito, as you should be. And if you haven't watched his Tiny Desk concert, go watch it. It's unbelievable. It is so fucking good. Okay, last cleanser before we get going. Here we go.
Send this to someone on the Epstein list. Hello, scoundrel. If you are panicking right now because you may have done some crimes, don't worry. Using airtight logic, I've designed a fashion that will absolve you of any sin. I am not on the Epstein list, and also there is no list, and also there is one, but it's fake. Please comment, Obama made me do it.
Please comment, Obama made me do it. All right. Here we go. I might have to take some breaks to coat my throat. Okay. Because I am still recovering from not being able to talk no good. All right. We're going to take the comments off the stage for this one. It is Free Bleed Friday. Just kidding. So today, the slideshow we're going to be doing. All right. it's going to be focused on a few sporadic items in the Epstein files, okay? And I think that they're very concerning and they need to be discussed more. Things that I think are being overlooked in lieu of other things that really are kind of miscontextualized items that require a lot of speculation, mostly tech errors and software errors leading to a huge misunderstanding or conspiracy theory. And this can be a problem, right? Because we have to be able to sort out reality from fake. It's very important. We'll get to why in a bit. But because things that I think are the most important right now, as in probably need to be addressed immediately, like fucking immediately, they're not just clarifications to the aforementioned speculation, but mainly like, why is it? Okay. And this is where it's going to get crazy. Keep in mind the reason what I'm about to say is going to sound crazy is because white boys. All right. You know what you did, white boy. Okay. White boy, white boy, white boy, white boy. You know what you did. What I'm about to tell you guys is nuts. Why is it that the very same day that the FBI opened a child sex trafficking case against Epstein in 2018, he just happened to have ordered a 55-gallon containers of sulfuric acid to Little St. James Island? Why is it that on 12/6/2018, which is the day that the FBI, SDNY New York, and the FBI initiated a child sex trafficking case against Jeffrey Epstein regarding several victims that he had sexually abused in the mid-2000s, and we now know before and after? Why is it that, see how he was indicted 8 months later? 8 months later, right? He's indicted 8 months later. So that means he didn't know about all of what was going on. But why is it that the unannounced child sex trafficking case, unannounced, it was top secret even. It was top secret. No one knew. It was sealed. It was classified at that moment because it's the fucking FBI, right? It's an active case. They don't alert you until they're ready to interview you, right? So why is it that they initiated a child sex trafficking case on 12/6/2018, and that very day they do this, as you can see here, Jeffrey Epstein ordered half a dozen 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid with fuel and insurance charge for transport. Now, one might be inclined to just believe what it says right here. He did it because he needed materials for conductivity probes, replacement pH, and cable for an RO plant. The bank was SunTrust. Now, see how it blacked out requested by and all this info? It's fine because the DOJ fucks up a lot. And when they fuck up a lot, all right, that means they forget to redact certain things. And this wire transfer request form, someone brought up earlier, there's dupes, right? You'll see 3, 4, 5 of the same thing, but it's typed out differently. So you'll see one email 3 ways. One will be typed out in an email format. One will be typed out in like a report, and it'll have a bunch of weird characters under it. And then there's another one that just kind of looks different, and different names are blacked out, but they have the same information. You'll notice the to box will be blacked out on one, and the from box will be blacked out on the other, but you can still see, now you can see who is actually sending it. That's where they fucked up. They were redacting based on the owner of the document, right? So what happens is when you run a cell extraction for someone, or you get someone's cell phone history, right? And you see, oh, they were texting with this person. You now have a connection to that investigation. Well, why were they? Now, if this person becomes part of the investigation and you have the probable cause, you can now subpoena them, and then you have their phone extraction. So you have 2 different documents of the same conversation. And then when you transfer it, basically it's going from a state agency to FBI. Whatever the local agency is, they have their overall report, and then the FBI has their final report. So sometimes you even have a fourth. So now you have multiple documents. Now, let's say someone then responds to that text, or let's say it's 3 or 4 people in an email chain. Someone responds to it, right? So now you have to produce an entire document for that individual. So every single person has their own side of the same conversation, and they put it in triplicate, quads, when Soon Yi and Woody are trying to arrange 3-ways with Epstein. And by the way, if you think Epstein wasn't banging Soon Yi while she was with her husband, Woody Allen, you're out of your fucking mind. I think she was side dipping on that, and they could sue me because I want them to produce discovery, proving otherwise, because what the fuck are those emails? Allegedly, in my opinion, for entertainment purposes only. So anyway, that's what that's all about. So here's the thing. When we're looking at this document, okay, see how this is all blacked out? The bank routing number, the bank account, all this, the payee address requested by. There are multiple other documents with the same information. But oddly, this right up here, not blacked out. There is a list, actually, that is literally a 250 something item checklist per page of every single document involved in the drop. And in it, it will say, this is an example, email from Les Wexner, email between Soon Yi and Jeffrey, bank account information for Blake so-and-so. And now you have the name of the person that they just blacked out in the actual document. So with simple context clues that are very obvious, you can often find exactly who is in these documents. Now, here's another major fuck up. Do you see the file name and the attachments? So they have to go through 3 million docs. Bless them, but they got paid millions of dollars and they had plenty of time. And that's their fucking fault. They have endless resources. It's our tax dollars. You're already spending it. At least give us some gabagool. So when they're going through and they're redacting this shit, right? They can actually redact information on one document and claim this is highly classified and we're doing this for the benefit of the victims, right? Then on the other document, the file name will literally be the victim's name. So they're not doing their due diligence to back this up. Now, I would love to show you some of that, but that would require me to show you the victim's name. So we're not going to do that. But when you see things like that, or you see a file that says, you know, Chris Angel Mind Freak deposition, and you can see the substance of the file with the name blacked out, you can still assume, based on how long have you been performing in Vegas, like, and then the title of the URL, you could go, okay, this is Chris Angel Mind Freak, right? So why is it, next question, why is it that the day the FBI initiated a child sex trafficking case with SDNY, why is it that that day they initiated this case, that they don't have to tell him and they didn't tell him? Okay, you're not supposed to. He could flee. Granted, he is already on the U.S. Virgin Islands, technically still a registered sex offender, and they still have jurisdiction, so they can go to his private island. But regardless, he could go elsewhere that does not extradite. He could go hide. He is a billionaire. He could go on international waters. He could fly. He could do all kinds of stuff. So they're like, this is weird. And they put this in the file because here's the thing. Does this make sense? The day they initiate this case, 6 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid. And he tells you why. So I start looking up the whys, you know? Okay, well, why would you need that? And the files will actually kind of tell you. See right here, these are some old documents that come before that. Now, a lot of people who put this up obviously are like, he's dissolving bodies. He's getting rid of evidence. which total possibility. But why is it a total possibility? Because the fucking timing. But you know what else is funny about this? People who are buddy with, working directly with, who have done investigations even with these intelligence officers, a lot of intelligence officers, best way to prove it to you is like, go watch these podcasts with ex-FBI agents, ex-CIA. They'll tell you before anybody else, you become friends with everybody in DC. I mean, well, I shouldn't say everybody, a lot of people. Those are your coworkers. You might not be a politician, but if you're in DC at all, if you're in New York and you work in intelligence, you're going to know a lot of different people, likely also in intelligence. So there's a lot of crossover there, but you also know politicians because who do they work with? Intelligence on committees. They are often assisted by intelligence officers. So I just find it kind of weird, all the different political connections that Jeffrey has. And these political connections often brag in emails, and there are countless of them. So we're going to have a whole episode on it. Not today, but we'll go through a bunch of them who are directly connected then to FBI. So you've got all these politicians who are friends with these FBI people, very specific ones, right? And the day that the FBI's New York Violent Crime Office, which by the way, Epstein lived in New York, he donated to a lot of organizations, including the police. Like he was very much into extorting, buying, or holding something over, or even tempting people in positions of power. He had a lot of different people money laundering and funneling money into colleges and universities, specifically so that he could become buddy and chummy with people who are the heads of MIT, Harvard, different schools where perhaps higher up individuals would want to get their kids into. He was really doing a Becky from Full House. Let's just say that. He's trying to be an Aunt Becky, okay? So he's not just extorting, he's also luring, and he's also using power. He's doing a lot of power plays. I can get your kid in the school. I can get you a modeling contract. I can get you, by the way, great timing, I can get you in a Woody Allen movie is literally in here. He promises parents to get their daughters and sons in Woody Allen movies in exchange for, you guessed it, let her come over. Let her come to the island. Come on vacation with us. She can come live with me and Jelaine on the farm and do her art stuff. And I promise to get her into a Woody Allen movie, but she needs to get away from you guys. You're not invoking the type of spirit needed for an actress. And trust me, I've been reading a lot on the brain. You know, I know Deepak Chopra, right? I also know a lot about the chakra. He had these flippant conversations about just he bullshitted people about like neuroscience and things that really it's literally him bullshitting. If he wanted to get to brass tacks, he'd just be like, listen, I'll get your kid in a Woody Allen movie. Leave me alone with her and Jelaine for like 6 months. Like, it was very devious, very deceptive. So a lot of people look at shit like this and they think this is terrifying, this is horrible. He's getting rid of evidence. I look at this and I think, who tipped him off? Who tipped him off? Someone told him. Because here's the thing, even though this exists, let me show you this. This is the possible, let's play devil's advocate, even though we shouldn't have to because he is the literal devil. But let's just for a moment consider, right, that there could be an explanation. Well, first thing I want you to notice, see the little thing right there where it says calcium, but really it is a what do you call it, an equal sign? And see how right here, there's obviously a C missing. Calibrate where the C is. Where the C is here, calcium, you have an equal sign, okay? And then over here, COCE is an word. So what could this be? Well, it's an M, come over. So a lot of people might look at this and they'll see the first two things, the first two equal signs over here, just because they're the first to see. I know there's one over here, but they'll look at these and they'll go, oh, it must be a mistake and this must mean C. Or they'll go, oh, this person, you know, whoever's typing to Jeffrey, they're just as dumb as he is. They just fucked up. They can't type for shit. And they just put that in there. Now, other people will look at it and go, some weird computery shit I don't get. And others will think this is just a space and then someone misspelled. There's actually a very strange explanation for this. If you're not into like old school tech, which I'm not that much, but I've seen this before and I know generally what it is. So I was looking into it and it turns out it's actually much worse than I thought. So let's say there was a programmer, let's say, okay, best way I can explain it. If you ever worked in the service industry or anywhere where you're ringing someone up, there's a POS system, not a piece of shit, but a POS, like a computer system. And whatever you use, whatever the portal is to log inventory or to tell you how much money to give back, stuff like that, it's all got like codes in it and stuff. And they're all in a specific format. And your system can handle so much. Like it might be able to handle, you know, you saying what shouldn't go on the burger. But if you try to type in something extra, it just won't let you in that box. So you have to handwrite it, shit like that. There's flaws, there's bugs. So on a lot of the older evidence, okay, there was a system used. It came around in like 1996. And it was basically when you would log anything, the system can only handle, I believe it's 78 characters, right? So because it can't go to the next line and or just simply continue a sentence, every 76 characters, it basically creates like a character spacing, which is represented in this case by the equal sign. So when it no longer has the space, it will autocorrect itself, put that space in, which shows up in the system as an equal sign. Now, normally it would stop, right? Because this is from 2017. Why is it still doing it here? Because they've had the same one since 1996, people. That's concerning for anything that you're logging data in. But when it was spit back out again for us in this format to read and understand, the Department of Justice didn't correct any of it. They left it in the same shitty format that they apparently fucking use, which is very concerning. So we're supposed to be the world hegemony, the big superpower. So this is weird. But what did that do? It caused a huge kerfuffle because in one particular email, they talk about sexually abusing and passing around a 9-year-old girl. They're basically sexually objectifying a 9-year-old girl. But it's actually that equal sign and then a 9. Which means a character before it was missing because there's already a space. So that means that basically got to the last line of code, which is a space, skipped that character, negated out one character from whatever was next and replaced it with an equal sign. I know it's confusing. It's just bad old tech. It's bad old processing, I should say, tech. So it processed it poorly. It spits it out like that. But if you were to go in and adjust it, it more than likely was replacing a character because he's not into 29-year-olds, but he does seem to enjoy 18, 19, 17, and anything below. And especially when you consider that the person involved in that email, okay, has another one of those triplicate emails I was talking about where they actually do have a name and you can see they were a 19-year-old. However, by leaving in those glitches, I ask you, did they do it because they were lazy? Likely. Stupid? Definitely. Or did they leave it in because they're like, fuck it, and they know that it would upset a lot of people? They knew that people aren't going to interpret some of this right. Now, that is me being a conspiracy theorist, but if you think about it, it is a great way to divide the public, right? Because let's say they have to go over this in an oversight committee hearing and ask about one of these emails. They're going to have to correct it for the record, right? So the politicians are likely going to draft that ahead of time and make sure all their questions are perfect. And they're going to go, why does this say equal 9? And then somebody from the tech department is going to have to explain to them, oh, that just replaced a 1. Well, damn, that was my big final question is what about the 9-year-old? Well, this is a legal person you're yelling at or you're yelling about. So then what happens? Then the people who are awful people who are screaming that Jeffrey Epstein is innocent, believe it or not, there are assholes who exist like that. People who say, like, Don didn't do anything wrong. Now they get to yell at you and say, see, you fucking liberal. You were just making shit up. You believe anything. You lied. You're wrong. What are you, a dumbass? All because they let us think, get worked up about, and get upset over something, knowing damn well that it was a clerical error or processing error, but that we would raise hell about it and they could have that gotcha moment, maybe even while testifying under oath. Some Republican who's standing up for Trump's ass, kissing his ass, can pop up and go, actually, and then have that gotcha moment. What's insane is that is one of the tactics, one of the exact tactics that Epstein used in order to get his way and sway the public in a certain direction at the behest of Steve Bannon on the day that he met with the creator of 4chan, which we will get to soon. Because when I tell you, Jeffrey Epstein may have actually been responsible for QAnon, Pizzagate. Actually, you know what? Nay, dare I say he is. Because the day he met with the creator of 4chan was the day the poll board started. That is the politically incorrect board on 4chan. Yes, that's the board where everyone loves to talk politics, but also they like to threaten school shootings. They like to post horrific shit, okay? But it's also where the QAnon conspiracy theory started, as well as Pizzagate, and it thrived. And boy, when I tell you, Epstein meeting with the leader, the creator, the guy who had full mod privileges over fucking 4chan, and then the largest, most divisive subreddit other than the B-boards pops up that day. And then all of a sudden, accounts spouting some of the exact same rhetoric Jeffrey Epstein himself spouts start popping up on those boards. And then they claim to have a White House insider who talks a lot like Steve Bannon. Holy shit, I didn't see that twist coming. That's going to be the next episode. So why am I talking about all of this? As you can see, there was a calcium issue. All right. The issue is probably the post-water treatment to obtain the correct balance. It's out of calibration, and this is a separate issue to the RO plant itself. Smiley should know how to calibrate this, namely the sulfuric acid injection and the calcium carbonate. I've asked Jermaine to get us back online and pull up the PLC. So basically, he's got a water problem on his property, okay? He's got pumping issues. So he needs a couple of different parts, things to level out the pH. And in a series of very boring, complicated, and strange emails, he's essentially trying to convince Bryce Gordon at the SWRO water plant that he needs to get his pH in order. And the only way to do that is to order all the shit he's ordered before. And the stuff that is included in that order happens to be a ton of sulfuric acid. So as he is continually trying to make the issue seem worse than it is, he's getting all this advice about, well, how we're going to get this sulfuric acid in here and, you know, how much we need for what amount of seawater, blah, blah. And unfortunately, in the past, this has been, you know, an issue for him a few times. But it's kind of odd because the last time he treated it was 2017. That's really strange to reach out again so soon, because he does have to set up all his own water filtration stuff. But it is strange to do that so soon, you know, after this situation, you know, after on account of the whole being indicted for, or being and having an open investigation about you sex trafficking minors. Like, it's just strange timing, right? So what do you think? Can you see? That's interesting because other people make that point in the email chains, right? But he's like, this is what I was told. But here's the other thing. I don't even think it's necessarily him. I really do think that he is Ghislaine Wright, some of these, because some of these don't actually have a lot of errors in them. And that's very strange. So even when he's ordering sulfuric acid, he has a whole like, here's me talking about it, but that's from the past. He just straight up orders it this time without any discussion a year later, even though this was already covered. So a lot of people have tried to use this as a gotcha. It seems that it still makes no sense. So on the day he was indicted for sex trafficking, he orders all this acid. Now, this happens to be around the time he's emailing Steve Bannon a lot. Wait, what's that again? Oh, remember the thing I'm always fucking freaking out about? The Washington Post reported a story on Saturday. You know what? My throat's killing me. Why don't I let a really funny guy on YouTube tell you all about this? Because yes, I have a video for you. Yes, I have a video for you because Steve Bannon's entire jacuzzi bathtub was covered in acid after he held porn parties there, let a bunch of people stay there who did meth while he was in there for these fuck parties. And then he destroyed the bathtub with sulfuric acid and nobody could figure out why. And it was a big deal. And it was at a house that I believe Jeffrey Epstein had to pull some strings to get Bannon in. So it's weird how these two dudes happen to fuck around with sulfuric acid more than once ever in their life. And there's a wonderful guy. He's yelling. He also is very intrigued by this Steve Bannon acid hot tub situation. And I'm losing my voice. So 8 years ago, when I was freaking out about it, he's freaking out about it too. So also, I don't know what's wrapped up behind him. That's just a coincidence or it's a body. I don't know what's going on here, but I like his enthusiasm. He goes in depth. He says everything I'm thinking at the time. So let's let him tell you. Okay. This is just some stranger I found ranting about this, but he does read you the entire article and I find it interesting. Here you go.
Him. And I'll be honest with you, when I look at the man, I'll be straight up about Steve Bannon. I don't like what I've ever heard about him. And I'll be honest with you, when I look at the man, I don't like the way he looks. It's the truth. But there is a story about him, and it was from the Washington Post, and the story is pretty bizarre. House that he was renting in Florida, and there's an investigation going on about this. There's a house in Florida that Bannon claimed residency in. He was spending most of his time in Washington, D.C., but his address was listed as a business manager's office in California. In fact, prosecutors in Miami have opened an investigation of Bannon's claims to be a Florida resident from 2014 to 2016. In other words, he's doing that as a tax dodge. Because although Bannon signed a lease on the Florida home for that period of time, Bannon's ex-wife, Diane, was the one residing there, and neighbors told the Post they've never seen Bannon near the house. The theory is that Bannon claimed to live in Florida because the state does not have income tax, therefore allowing him to avoid paying taxes on his earnings by claiming to reside there. And then it says, and the shit gets weird. The Post obtained a February 15th email from Bannon's former landlord that read, entire jacuzzi bathtub seems to have been covered in acid. The landlord also noticed that the padlocks had been installed on interior doors. That is creepy. It says creepy. I'm reading this, it says creepy. While other doors were totally removed. Why would you remove doors? Sounds like a psychopath. Okay, so, and then Bannon responded, I'm out of town. Is there any way you can talk to Diane and sort things out? Acid in a bathtub? Why would you want to do that? It reminds me of something I've seen on TV. I think in Breaking Bad. I've also seen that in movies when they fill a bathtub up with acid. Steve Bannon. I'm sorry. I know that sounds horrible, that I just don't like the way that he looks. But the first time I saw him, I was like, oh, so he's as repulsive as Trump, And I guess it really isn't about how they look. It's just Trump's behavior makes him so repulsive to me, And then hearing this about his right-hand man, Jesus Christ. That, you know, I hope Jared doesn't do things like that. I think this is the truth. Bannon's got a lot of money. And I've said this before. I've had roommates that were dominatrixes, okay? And each one of them had stories about rich guys. Each one of them had stories about rich guys saying that when the rich guys would come into their place, it was down around Wall Street, the dominatrix place. You know, I don't know what it looks like. But I do know what a massage parlor looks like from when I was in the military. Looked like a doctor's office, right? But it had like a magazine rack, and all the magazines were in Korean. I don't know if that's how it was, but they both told me that it was always the super rich guys that would come in, and they knew who they were. Super rich and politicians. That's what they said, that wanted the poo-poo platter. And the poo-poo platter, get this, consisted of them shitting and then putting shit on a saltine and then feeding it to them. And a lot of times, I guess the guy wants degradation too. Like, you are disgusting while you're eating it. You know, I'm sure a lot of guys go there to get peed on too. I bet that story's true about Trump. Don't you think? I think it is. I think that that's probably way more common than some sick fuck that likes to eat shit, you know, or take padlocks off doors, or put padlocks on doors, interior doors, and take doors off and fill up a bathtub full of acid. It's just, you know, I would feel safer if Pence was in there. That's for damn sure. I really would. Pence might be weird, or he might have, but he just doesn't seem like he's going to do anything totally crazy. You know, Trump seems unhinged. Bannon repulses me. You know, they both repulse me. And we have somebody that sort of looks normal. If you're going to say if somebody looks normal, Jared looks normal. But once again, he's a kid that was born with so much money. He was a billionaire, you know? I think him alone is like almost $1 billion, and then his family has a ton of money. Do you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of fucking money in the White House, and that means there's a lot of freaky shit going on.
You're damn right. We're going to have ICE surround the polls.
Oops, sorry, I was muted. So just a heads up, if you need to train your Hugin, that guy will go ahead and train your Hugin. Also, yes, that article was real that he was reading from. It was also all over the news for about 2 days. And then I believe PP tapes or something came out. So that covered that up real nice. Yeah, he did get a lot of money from Saudi. He also went ahead and handed over the Gaza Strip. He announced that belongs to Israel. And he also owns 666 Park Avenue, where he's a terrible landlord. Also look up Jared Kushner and the housing crisis. Also look up his dad and what he did and the whole prison thing. And also his brother, oddly, is apparently a saint. His brother kind of rejects everything that Jared's about, can't stand him, says he's a crook and a criminal like their dad. And his brother started a healthcare program for underprivileged people who are uninsured, tried to get that off the ground. It was like a cheap doctor. And guess who told his father-in-law to vote against everything healthcare related that would help out his own fucking brother? Jared Kushner. He's a piece of shit, in my opinion, for entertainment purposes only. So anyway, now that you have seen all of the crazy shit, right, that involving Bannon and the hot tub and the acid, and then we talked about how the day the investigation started in the Epstein account, he buys 6, which is half a dozen, 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid. No big deal. Nothing to see here. Totally makes sense because I just bought a ton of acid a while back, even though it wasn't a ton. It was a little just enough, but now I'm going to buy a ton. And it's because I have water problems on the island. And guess who he's like talking to via email the entire time? And you've seen him in a bunch of emails, I'm sure, if you've dabbled in the files. We've shown some on here. But guess who's in a fuckload because he is Epstein's best friend for several years? That's right, Steve Bannon. Now, here is Steve Bannon the other day threatening us. Now, this happened the other day. Okay, so he's talking about 2026 midterms. He said this. Steve Bannon, the guy with the acid in his hot tub, he said this. This is to all of us in America because he's still Trump's buddy. So let's see what he said.
You're damn right. We're going to have ICE surround the polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again. And you can whine and cry and throw your toys out of the pram all you want, but we will never again allow an election to be stolen.
Okay.
Before we get to the deep stuff, let's just.
Okay, Steve Bannon. Why don't you shut the fuck up? Because you're in the Epstein files and you're like one of the worst. And where'd you get the acid? Okay, in the bathtub. Where'd you get that? Because that's really fucking weird. Okay, that's really weird. Oh yeah, no, definitely. And the Harvard guy also, there's a lot about him. There's a lot about him. We're gonna do all the professors on a separate day. Today's kind of the weird shit that's really concerning that people aren't talking about a lot. I haven't seen a lot of people talking about acid in the bathtub except for that guy 8 years ago. And also one person on Twitter caught the gallons and gallons of sulfuric acid, which is concerning to me on the day it's just weird. It's just weird that the day they open up an investigation into a billionaire, he has a lot of sulfuric acid sent to his island. And then he has 6 months, 7 months before he gets indicted, 8, something like that. So that's a lot of time to clean up the island. Just a thought. So if you want to check it out, Peter Wade from Esquire wrote the article on that bad boy. And that is Steve Bannon and the hot tub time machine. So, and also here's a picture of that hot tub. It's right up there on the right. I believe this was when it was cleaned up or before, and then it was just completely melted. Like they had to completely remove it because it was melted. So this is how they got it. And then they gave it back. It was just melted out of the ground. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty crazy. Mahjong to everyone. Hello, PETA. Also the padlocks, that whole thing, and the naked women running out of the house. It was very, very much reminiscent of the story that John Ray brought forth in that affidavit. Naked people running out, cops being called. Yep, absolutely. The journalist's death by sulfuric acid at the Istanbul consulate. Absolutely. He did defend the Saudi prince for Khashoggi when they killed Khashoggi and bone sawed him. And that was MSB. Yep, that happened. It's pretty fucked up. And then he got all the gold from them and the Qataris and stuff that Epstein had in his island. And he had it installed in the White House. Then he gave him a Qatari air base. And then with the Saudis, he just signed over a whole bunch of shit to them, patents, things like this. No big deal. Yeah, everybody's milking people in this one. It's pretty fucked up. All right, next thing. So I think the whole acid thing on the day of the event, we won't dwell on it. So the other thing that I think is fucked up that not enough people are talking about is Calendar Boy Kavanaugh. Remember Brett Kavanaugh? Well, it's kind of crazy because 2 to 3 hours before Kavanaugh was announced as the nominee for the Supreme Court, Epstein knew about it. He talked to Michael Wolff about it. Okay. And it's just kind of weird. Because shortly after that, the FBI got about 4,500 tips on Brett Kavanaugh, but didn't investigate him. Didn't investigate him. So at 6:05 p.m., staying or going? Okay. Jeffrey Epstein says staying or going. And then Michael Wolff, the author who writes all the books on the Trump administration and Bannon and all of them, typical SB, Michael Wolff says, was with him this morning and he was going to tell me the plan by 3, silence. So now I have to decide whether to jump on a plane. This journalism has a lot of inefficiencies. Now, right here, Michael Wolff, this just in, he's staying tomorrow for SCOTUS pick. Okay. And now At 6:17 p.m., Jeffrey Epstein writes back to Michael Wolff, whose ass he's always kissing because he wants to know, am I going to be in this book? Am I going to be in this article? Can you stop? Basically, he talks to Michael Wolff a lot about what to expect, catch and kill, but he also slides Michael Wolff a lot of information, like when he says, ask Trump about this, watch him squirm. Oh, you really want to fuck with Trump? Ask him about this. Oh, you want to get on his good side? Say this. So now we have Wolff letting him know, I don't want to have to hop on a plane and fly all the way over there to find out who SCOTUS pick is. Can you just fucking tell me? That's what these lines are. And that's when Epstein says, not surprised, Kavanaugh. Michael Wolff says, if I'm still here, would love to meet Starr. Wants to meet Kenneth Starr. Okay. So how did Epstein know about Brett Kavanaugh 3 hours before he was announced as a nominee? It's kind of weird, right? Well, then we have a series of text messages with Steve Bannon where, I mean, it's not just these, it's like many pages. But there's a lot going on here, and it involves Cruz, who spelled wrong, okay? Quite a few different people are mentioned. Let's just say that it looks like Steve Bannon, also hello C. Smith, Steve Bannon, okay, and Jeffrey Epstein worked together with other members in the government to nominate, if you will, informally nominate Brett Kavanaugh. Like he's fucking Simba and they're holding him up. Kind of weird. I'm glad you asked where Steve is. He's threatening us with ICE as of 3 days ago. So he's doing well. We wish him well. Okay. So MJ Truth Ultra has been fucking slaying it on this one. When I say some people do really good work, this is one of them. Oh my God. And also this is our Grant Smith Ellis over in the Epstein file drop community. When you're trying to go through the files and work in tandem with other people to get as much accomplished as possible, you can join these little groups. This person is pretty much untouchable when it comes to the Bannon angles. Oh my God, they say, imagine it's in a Grant fashion. Jeffrey Epstein may have had a hand in picking Supreme Court justice. In a message to Steve Bannon, said he Starr talked to Cruz and Cotton for Kavanaugh. So him and Starr talked to Cruz and Cotton for Kavanaugh on behalf of Kavanaugh. It's safe to assume he was talking about Ted Cruz and Tom Cotton. By the way, they were Kavanaugh's butt boys. If you want to get to Kavanaugh, you got to go through me. That type of shit. Why? Because they love calendars and beer and raping women. Anyway, he was referring to Brett Kavanaugh, Supreme Court Justice. I'm assuming Starr is maybe Ken Starr, lawyer and former Solicitor General of the United States. And you would be correct, sir. This message is dated July 4th, 2018. Trump formally announced and nominated Kavanaugh July 9th, 2018, several days later. It sounds like Epstein had a direct involvement with picking a Supreme Court justice, and Bannon knew. Did Cruz and Cotton push Kavanaugh to Trump? I'm glad you asked. Yes, they did, because I remember that because I was furious about it. And I used to write really nasty things to Ted Cruz on Twitter about this. So, chat later today, says Jeffrey. Yes, says Steve Bannon. Free to speak? Something redacted. Why would you redact anything from him? He's a bad man. Starr talking to Cruz and Cotton for Kavanaugh. Kind of a big fucking deal, right? Don't worry. I've got Kenneth Starr. He's going to go ahead and talk to Cruz and Cotton, and they're going to bring up Kavanaugh. That's huge, says Steve Bannon. I've been called many things. Human is not one of them. I was getting too soft. Women are bad for the knees, says Steve Bannon. Now, where are you? Richmond with my dad, says Steve. Cruz wants to meet you. I want to meet him. He said he's busy with the EU. Ready to meet? Great. Epstein, Bannon, Cruz. A little close to Braunstein Gables. ... Yep. Oh, yeah, no, they're already making jokes about how it's funny that they're going to be the next Reich. And when I tell you they're not far off, because a lot of things have been happening that actually happened back then. So that was the concerning thing I wanted to show you guys. Steve Bannon, Jeffrey Epstein, Ted Cruz, Tom Cotton picked Brett Kavanaugh, forced him upon Trump. And that's why we have that guy who rapes women as a Supreme Court justice. So there's that. Okay, next up. This is a woman who I call Baby Ghislaine, but her name is Annabelle Nielsen. Annabelle, she's a real peach. Okay. Let me show you some stuff about Annabelle real quick. First I'll tell you a little bit about her. She's a model. She's a socialite. Okay. She's a model. She's a socialite. She's British as fuck. Totally in love with Jeffrey Epstein. Like more than Ashley Banfield. Like, you want to talk about stalker emails. Like, if there was anyone who could creep out Epstein besides Elon, it's this chick. It is this chick. And I know that seems weird, right? Because she's attractive. She's a model. Worked with Ford. You know, hung out with all the literal America's top models. Okay. What else did she do? Aside from being completely in love with Jeffrey Epstein, sending him borderline. Basically, this is the woman who's going to sexually harass a pedophile. Okay. She's in love with Jeffrey. She used to bring him girls. She was his madam. She spoke of victims like product. In fact, when joking, because yeah, she joked about it with Jeffrey because he ordered him young and she had no problem with that. 14, 13, how young you want him. I got a real little one here. This one doesn't speak French, so you can teach her French and you can use that angle to keep her. You know what? I'm going to fly you out one. Oh, you're going to be in France? Let me put you in touch with Jean-Luc. Oh, you know Jean-Luc? Cool. I also have another guy who's going to be contacting you. He has a bunch of girls. You know what? I'm going to send you a catalog of pictures and you pick the one you want and I'll make sure she's there at the airport at this time. So that's what she does. She's the pedophile millionaire matchmaker. Okay. She spoke of victims like product. And when I say that, I mean, she literally gave them sell-by dates. As in, once they turn 18, they're no longer good. They're expired. She's rich as fuck. She's born rich. It's like if Anna Delvey really had money. She was also an art procurer. Why? Because her rich fucking family and her lifestyle. She's a socialite. She's a British socialite. She spent a lot of money on art and she had it in with a couple of really good artists and she fucked around on the art market a lot. Okay. But she was also a madam. She also, and not like a legal madam, not like a brothel in a place where sex work is legal. Not like that. Like the ones where you see the trafficking stings on like Australian 60 Minutes. And they bust in and it's like a huge house in the middle of the Caribbean with like 100 girls, like that type of shit. But also like, I'm going to have this girl sent from Russia, high-end escorts, like really high-end, but they're not escorts. She's selling them for sex and their children. So they are trafficking victims. So here's the thing about her. She was actually pretty fucking famous. For being Alexander McQueen's muse. So if you remember the fashion god, Alexander McQueen, yeah, that guy, the designer, she was his muse. She was the Edie to Andy Warhol. Okay. She was the Uma to Quentin. She's his muse. She was also a horrible heroin addict. But the thing she was most known for, and this is what trips me out, Bravo reality show called Ladies of London. That's right. She was a Real Housewife. She was the Ladies of London star from the Bravo reality show. Ladies of London. So, aside from getting in fights with other bitches in front of Andy Cohen on a couch, the ladies of London Star, the socialite, the girl who sent, well, I should say grown-ass woman, the woman who sent Jeffrey Epstein so many fucking pictures of underage girls while simultaneously laying it on thick, slapping the Mac on him, was on a Bravo reality show the whole time. So she is operating an illegal trafficking business. So then what happens to her? She has a heart attack and she dies. She dies at the age of 49, which is pretty fucking young for her. But again, she had a heroin addiction, right? So it's kind of a problem. It's pretty bad. But she also not only procures girls for Epstein, she gets girls for a lot of rich billionaires, millionaires, stars. And she knows who the girls belong to. And she knows what people like. When I tell you she is literally a madam, I mean it. So, and she kind of reminds me of Millionaire Matchmaker chick, like for real. But again, totally illegal. She doesn't have to do this. She's rich. She's famous. She has everything. She's just doing it to be a bitch. I don't know why. Another reason I call her baby Ghislaine is because Ghislaine hates her. I mean, fucking hates her. Ghislaine warns Jeffrey about her. And this isn't just in the files. This is in the press. Like, it is well known. Before Ghislaine was ever smeared, before anyone even hated her, it was well known Ghislaine hates this chick. Why? Because she wants Jeffrey. Jeffrey. British socialite who arranged girls apologized to Epstein over some past their sell-by date. Newly released documents from the U.S. Department of Justice appear to show that British model and socialite Annabelle Nielsen was in contact with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein between 2010 and 2012, and that the exchanges included discussions about arranging girls for him after his 2008 conviction in Florida. And this is for soliciting prostitution from a minor. The emails form part of the latest tranche of material. That's a weird word. Tranche? Trache? I don't know. Disclosed under the Epstein files, a release running more than 3.5 million documents, images, and photos made public by the United States Department of Justice, also redacted by them. Nielsen, who died in 2018 at the age of 49, was a prominent figure in British fashion and media circles, known as a muse to Alexander McQueen, and later as a cast member on Bravo's Ladies of London. So, to Jeffrey from Annabelle, down here. Just to Paris. You're not there, are you? Any cute friends there? None in Paris, she says. Let me know if you come over. How about Davina? Hold on one second. Dylan's watching a movie. Hold on one second. Jesus Christ. He's watching that fucking, I don't even remember, Marty Supreme or something. He's just screaming in there. It must be good. Okay, none in Paris. Let me know if you come over. How about Davina? She's Eduardo's, is what Jeffrey says. So there's a young girl named Davina, and apparently she belongs to Eduardo, which is concerning because young girls don't belong to people other than their parents. Oh, yes, so she is. If I think of anyone suitable, I will let you know, says Annabelle. Well, okay, that's not as incriminating perhaps as maybe some of the others, but it's concerning. Ghislaine Maxwell warned Jeffrey Epstein about the British socialite, the former model Annabelle Nielsen, a fixture of London's Primrose Hill, set in the 1990s, arranged meetings for Epstein with women from aristocratic circles. A lot of these women were not from aristocratic circles, just to be clear. So they go on and on to talk about her being the muse. Now, this is what I want to focus on, is this email right here. So, hi, Jeffrey. So I'm putting a little group of girls together. Hopefully one of them will have all the right qualities you desire. I wish I was 20 years younger and could speak French. Those are the qualities he desires at the time, which would have put her at underage at the time. And also she's saying she doesn't speak French. Like it would have put her like illegally underage at the time she wrote this email. If you go back 20 years. So his requirements are for her to be illegal and speak French, which he does talk about frequently. Whatever girls he likes to keep around, like let's say they're 13 and he can get 3 years out of them. Wow. And then they retire. That's insane. If he can do that, then he likes them to speak French because any other language is dumb to him. So wish I was 20 years younger and could speak French, as in she's still hitting on him. I have to say that a few of my girls who would be perfect for the job, but are unfortunately past their sell-by date, would have all dropped their husbands and almost children for the job when I asked them. You know, I just had a spark of genius while writing this. I think I may have the right girl. Can't wait to see you. I think I'm going to take you on a little studio adventure too. Not too long, as I know you're bored easily. I have never thanked you for my stay properly, which is very naughty of me, but I hope we will all have some fun in London. I really did have a wonderful time with you. Thank you very much. Lots of love, Annabelle. So that is concerning. Now, here's another thing that's interesting. Maxwell told Epstein in August of 2010, okay, so that would have been a month before this email was sent, to be careful of Nielsen, a muse of the late fashion designer Alexander McQueen, and oh, by the way, former wife of the financier Nat Rothschild. That's crazy. Epstein then asked Maxwell, who is now serving a 20-year sentence in the United States for sex trafficking, to reach out to Nielsen. So, just to be clear, Jelaine says, be careful. This is a bad bitch. Clearly jealous of her. Epstein says, will you reach out to her for me? Not only is that trying to assert dominance over Jelaine, but also, I think, in my opinion, fucking with her a bit, because he knows that she hates this bitch. A month after Maxwell's email, Nielsen appears to have organized meetings for Epstein in London, including with Lady Alexandra Spencer Churchill, believed to be the half-sister of the Duke of Marlborough, which is a crazy cigarette. It is understood that the women were told they were being interviewed to become Epstein's personal assistant. Does that sound familiar? Because that's something a lot of the girls in Florida were told as well, and on the island. The email sent after Epstein asked for a heads up on names and time lists a schedule of women due to visit him. So Lady Alexander Spencer Churchill, she will be coming in at 5:30, name redacted, at 6 p.m., then name redacted at 6:30. Unfortunately, this person is still in Hong Kong, but I'm hoping to at least give you a CV. You get the idea. So this is the girl who wants to take over Jelaine's job, and she's kissing his ass, and she's trying to fuck him. She also has a heroin problem, and she also is an ex-model who's very tied in to the type of industry that Jeffrey likes to exploit. It is understood, and this is her right here, and look who she's with, Fergie. So these are Epi's hoes. It's understood that after this meeting, Spencer Churchill had no further contact with Epstein. Interesting, wonder why. Epstein replied, anything cute for after, and Nielsen wrote, cute as in cuddle toy or cute as in badly behaved English girl, she added. There's a little thing for my very young friend who is launching her bikini range at Morton's, but that might just drive you mad. But she spelt it made because they're all very smart. I have a friend I might call. I'm back in my lovely gray, old rainy London. Although the cold seems to be just beginning here, the email closes. I hope you're still having a wonderful time without me. Probably the new arrivals would have distracted you from that huge void that I left. All my love, Annabelle. Another email dated 26 January 2011 and sent to an account named Annabelle Nielsen states, hey, Annabelle, let's you and I try to find something cute for J.E. tonight. Other messages released in the same batch show her and Epstein discussing art. Now, this is where we're going to end it. I'm going to tell you one more story. Let me pop back in before we get into the art thing, okay? This was going to be what I opened with tonight, or today, I should say. It's my night because I'm on a flip schedule. But my God, I said this is a closer because this is a crazy story. A lot of the situations in the Epstein shit, almost all of them, 99% of them, disgusting, disturbing, wild, just hard to hear. This one is just weird. It has really nothing to do with sex trafficking at all, but it is a bizarre thing that dives into the art world, but also it raises more questions than answers. No one's seriously injured in this story, so that's a good news. Basically, this is the story that is probably the craziest thing in the Epstein files that has the least amount, if no victims. It's just fucking weird. When I tell you I went on a 10-hour rabbit hole with this, I'm not shitting you, okay? Yeah, that is Naomi Campbell in that picture with her. Yep. So this is probably the weirdest, craziest Epstein file drop story I've seen so far that doesn't really have any victims other than the entire state of Miami. But it's not what you think. Okay. Let me just try to tell you the story briefly in my own words, and then I'll show you the documentation, and then we'll get out of here, okay? So this is it. This is our closer. Are you ready? All right. And actually, I'm going to pop in real quick. I need a moment to get a drink. Again, I'm kind of excited to tell you this because it's so wild. It ended up being like a trip, dude. It is a trip. I'm going to put on something. I've got it right. Where is it? Did I take out Rat Tail Girl? No. No, not Rat Tail Girl. No. Okay. We'll do a golf fight real quick, okay? And then I'll tell you this story. All right? Here we go.
Drive the fuck up there or you're gonna get booted the fuck out of here. I know, we're fine. Enough. No, you're not a tough guy. Hurry up. I'll fucking promise you that. Hurry up. He's pretty tough. Not that fucking tough.
No, he's not.
Not that fucking tough.
He's not tough.
No, he's pretty tough.
He's not tough.
Fucking tough.
You're not tough.
Hey,
You're not tough.
Let's get going.
Get going.
Or you can play behind us all and you can take all the fucking time you want. This is
golf.
fucking
You're not
embarrassing.
tough.
This is golf. This is not golf.
Yeah, it's not.
You can stand there 15 fucking minutes.
You
That's
can't
not
even.
golf.
You guys can't even stand
up.
and tee your ball up now.
He's not teeing it up. He's standing
Do
there.
we need to get the
the
police out here?
No, we don't need police. We're not.
Okay, then let's get going here.
Let's go. Pick your shit up and get going. This is not fun. We're what? I'm gonna throw him in this fucking lake. Is what's gonna happen. No, fuck you both. This is fucking bullshit. They've been sitting there for fucking 23 minutes.
I'll cry about it. Fucking cry about it.
I'm going to.
Fucking cry about it.
I'm gonna fucking
You
cry about
fucking
it.
pussy.
I'm a pussy.
Like, fucking cry about it.
Buddy, you're gonna get fucking shit to.
I don't give a fuck.
Like badly.
Good. Let's
Fucking
fucking go, man.
Buddy, you don't want to go me.
No, I'm not filming this. I'm not stopping. No. You guys need to get off the golf course.
Yeah,
we
will, man.
No, now. Like, pack up, go now. Get in the car and go.
I don't know what you're doing. You're not scaring anybody. You're just making
I
yourself.
don't.
Hey, man. Come on, man. Hey. Hey. Off to a good start, buddy. I fucking told you. Man, leave him alone.
You want another?
He
You
just
want one
fucking
too?
came at me.
Leave him alone, man. I got it all on record.
It's around the goal.
I got it all on record.
Around the goal. Bang! Hey. You want to fucking go, guy?
Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man.
I wouldn't keep going back, you fucking moron. Bang! Hey. Bang! Come on, man. Bang! No, I'm not trying to get in there. Like, just like, fuck. Enough! Are you still cheering on me? Yeah. Enough! Get out! Hey. Enough! Hey. Get him the
Happy New Year, y'all. Let's make my first charcuterie board, and this is what I got, so don't judge me. I got this board a really long time ago. I think I got it from Hobby Lobby, but figured let's put it to use. I don't have the little glass bowls like you guys probably got, but we got Tupperware. I started out with cutting up broccoli into bite-sized pieces, and honestly, I don't know the pattern I'm going with. I'm just winging it, y'all, so don't ask me. I'm just doing it as I go. The OCD in me. I got these sweet peppers, and my kids love them. They're not hot, and they're honestly so juicy inside, and they go great with any kind of dip. I just cut them up into little thin strips so it's easier for dipping. I'll also be adding some red pepper hummus to this plate, so I got some naan bread. And I was like, I'm just gonna flour it. I've been trying to introduce my kids to different types of meats, so we got some prosciutto, and I'm gonna do the famous charcuterie flour. Now, this was very flimsy. You can see it in my face. I did not know how this was gonna turn out, but it did come out great. Honestly, I layered it around and around and around. And then once you're done, you flip it, and it's supposed to look like a flower. Beautiful. I was gonna do another flower, but this time with salami. Honestly, y'all, you can use any size cup. I chose this one because I like the size of it, but a lot of people use glass. I don't know if that makes a difference. Maybe they stick down better. I don't know, but it worked.
Oh shit.
I swear to you guys, this ranch is the best, and it is the creamiest, and Kaiser could not stop eating it. Boar's Head red pepper hummus. Had to do a taste test. Ensley didn't even let me finish it before she started eating it. I hope y'all had a happy new year. We had a great one, and the kids tore up this plate. Wait until you see how much.
Okay, so that's art. Speaking of art, our final story. Okay, and then the next time you see me and we talk about this, that's when we're going to have to do the 4chan stuff, because that's going to probably take 2 or 3 hours. And that is also probably the most important thing, because literally may have interfered with our election, definitely interfered with our election. QAnon, school shootings, like totally responsible for all that, Jeffrey Epstein, in my opinion, based on the evidence set forth. Because in my opinion, based on the evidence set forth, Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon were behind a lot of the dog whistles and the shitty conspiracies and pushing the narratives of Pizzagate, QAnon. And on the day he met, Jeffrey Epstein met the creator of 4chan, after it had already been declared like essentially a site where terrorists go and pedophiles, he creates the politically incorrect boards, as if 4chan needed that. It was already politically incorrect. But that is a forum that was used specifically for chaos agents, for spreading conspiracies, for starting shit to ensure that specific people get put in office by creating things like QAnon. And the thing that kept all of the psychopaths and incels and truly insane people going, pushing to the point where people were shot, killed, murdered, pizza shops were shot, people were threatened, bombs were sent, political officials were kidnapped. People were killed over this shit. Again, school shootings, Parkland, things happened because of a lot of the shit, specifically in the poll boards, which is POL on 4chan. So it's kind of crazy that the day they meet a guy who is responsible for what is essentially a forum for degenerates and terrorists and scumbags and pedophiles to post their innermost thoughts, then you actually do have innocent trolls and gamer nerds and shit who go there. They don't go on the poll boards necessarily, but there are others that are disturbing, and many would argue that it's really just a racist hate space. And if you ever want to see like how to prevent something before it happens, or see someone confess to a murder and then post pictures of it, yeah, that's a place to go to hunt bad people. But it's also because that's where the bad people are. And for one of the most divisive, successful at creating serious real world implications boards on the entire forum, for that to be popping up all of a sudden out of nowhere, it would insinuate it. I would think it 100% looks like it was created by and for Bannon and Epstein. In fact, they almost say that. They say it in a roundabout way in some emails that we're going to look at when we do that episode. But there's also confessions from people who worked at Epstein Island there that are very quickly followed up on and preserved by the FBI. What's even more interesting is one of the things that kept these psychos going was these inside drops from the White House. Pictures that were authentic, but where did they come from? Statements that were made, look out for this. President's going to say something. He's going to say the specific word at this time, and then it would happen. They would spout policy before it was ever spoken to the public, and then that policy would be spoken to the public, and it would match exactly what was in there. And that led people to go, oh my God, this is really Q. Q is real. He is a White House insider. And I'll give him this much. For being a completely made up bullshit to fuck with people by kids and adults that behave like children who are fucking racist trolls on the internet, for them to take the bait so easily and go with this conspiracy, and then for us to find out that it more than likely was actually created by someone in the White House claiming to be Q, but they were just feeding it to these trolls to keep them going and build them and make them feel like they were onto something because everything was lining up with the prophecy. For Epstein or Bannon to be behind that 100% makes sense. But at the time, everyone called them crazy. Turns out they may have actually had an inside source. The problem is, it was the king pedophile on Pedophile Island. The very person that they also shit talked in the same forums. So it's just completely absurd. Time is a flat circle and it's full of creeps. But that's next time. This time we're going to talk about one more thing involving this Annabelle chick, Annabelle Nielsen. And what was that? So not only did she procure girls for Epstein and try to get with Epstein a la Banfield, but she sent him another email in 2011 that caught my eye because it has the word Frank Stella in it. Now, if you don't know who Frank Stella is, he is a very, very famous painter. I mean, not a painter, I should say artist. He's an artist. He's a sculptor. The thing that's wild here is that he's about as well. I mean, he's better known than Kostabi. He is a big deal. Like, I'm not going to say Warhol, but yeah, he's made an impact in the art world. He's very interesting. He was a sculptor for a really long time and he made really incredible shit. But he had been retired for a while. And for some reason, his modern art was so transformative and so impactful to places that really liked vibrant color and odd things that were almost abstract by design, but really they were just weird as fuck. And I'll show you some of his sculptures, actually. Let's look at them before we read the email. So this is what a lot of his sculptures look like. But he also painted, he also welded, he also took part in various museum days where he would go on and he would talk about his art and the art history, and the museums would put him out there and he would make these huge exhibits. And as you can see, some of them are like almost like textiles that are oddly shaped on the wall, very Beatles-esque. And then you see this weird, wild, oddly, it's a star, but it's missing a side. It's half done. And then he's got this one that's like, it's like perfect and it's weird. But then over here, it makes absolutely no sense. It's very like, very strange Grecian coloring and almost like one would make a sousaphone or something with. And then over here, you've got these weird, I don't know, like puzzle pieces. But then here you have this weird brain, and then it's just all strange. This one looks like fucking foam pool things. So this guy, he's not a bad guy. He wasn't buddy with Epstein or anything that I know of yet. I could be wrong. He could be buried in the files somewhere. There's fucking, what, 2-3 million more? But what's interesting about him is he was very sought out. He's beloved in the art community. Like, people were like, I mean, if you could get something from him or Banksy or Picasso, that would be a big get, right? But the thing about him is his pieces were huge. They were huge and they were eccentric and they're bright and they're colorful. They're really hard to get. And he was also kind of community impacted. He had a community oriented mind. He wanted to give back at times, but then he would get fucked up and, just fuck his time frame up, or, something would go wrong with the material. He was a perfectionist at times. And other times he would let things like this crazy crack go. Bless you. Bless you. Bless you. He's going to do 2 more. Bless you. Bless you. 6. Bless you. Your number's changed. Okay, 6. So this guy, he's this out there eccentric artist. People love him, right? Big deal to have his shit. Hard to get. So let's take a look at this email and how I stumbled into this weird obsession with figuring out the story behind Frank Stella's art and how this all ties in. So right here, Annabelle has been trying to get a hold of Jeffrey, and he's leaving around Rad like Elon for a while, right? Then some time goes by. She sends him this. Hi, darling. How was your summer? Almost thought I was going to see you in Rome, but no such luck. Look how she spells no. That's great for her. Anyway, how was the fresh fruit and meat of Italy? I have always been told there's nothing quite like it. That quarter Italian running through me has always made me proud. Well, as a woman, take a look at this. It's a beautiful beast. Reminds me a little of you in that respect. So this is a great discovery. Frank Stella was commissioned years ago by the city of Miami to make an outdoor sculpture. As the city ran out of funds, the piece was not completed. Frank, being Frank, just forgot about it. So it's been sitting in a shipyard. And after having spoke to him, I wanted you to see it first. It is for outdoors and hurricane proof. And it was demanded by you. To find this piece of this caliber and unseen is, you must admit, a find. Call me and let's talk about it. I think it's worth a phone call. Annabelle. This reeks of desperation. She wants to talk to Epstein. She's been trying to get in touch with him. He hasn't responded. She's probably worried. Has Jelaine been talking shit? So she goes out and she finds this incredible art piece. The way she describes it, it's an outdoor sculpture. It's hurricane proof. The city ran out of funds and the piece wasn't completed. Then Frank forgot about the shit. It's been sitting in a shipyard. So then he says, interested, but have to figure out how to get it to. And of course, he spells to wrong because couldn't be bothered. And raise it up on island. So how do we get it here? Yes, she was. We talked about that earlier. She was his muse. She was the Edie to his Andy Warhol. So there you go. So she's like, by the way, was able to get this super rare, crazy art piece with some odd historical significance, right? Like, that's pretty crazy, huh? So let me just pull up some documents for you real quick. Now, we already saw the sculpture. Yes, I'm 18 years of age, Justice Department. Okay. So before we get into that, let me share you this. All right. So I'm going to make this real nice and big. So this is the entirety of the exchange directly from the DOJ website. Now, as you can see, Epstein put these below all of his emails because he's crazy and he thinks that'll keep you from using anything in the emails against him when they discover he's a sex trafficker in the future, which doesn't matter, dude. We're looking at it now. Okay. So this is her telling him about the sculpture. He says, I'm interested, but we have to figure out how to get it too, and raise it up on the island. Now, remember, he likes that weird sundial. He's into weird shit. Okay. So this is her big idea. Okay. Housewife of London, seemingly educated, ex-model. Here's what she comes up with. Are you ready? Okay. So off the top of my head, which sometimes works, not when you're spelling more. Okay. It would be shipped from Normandy across the Atlantic, then barged from Miami and sky craned onto the island. Let's speak next week, as we would for sure need to go through a few details and come back to you with a proper plan. I'm not sure if it's James Bond or Gold Figure, she meant finger, or just plain bonkers. Big kiss, love me. Sky crane it, you say? Like Baby's Day Out? Epstein's response is simply, no sky cranes. Okay. She says, why? He does not respond. This is pretty interesting, right? Pretty weird. Pretty weird, because she's like, we'll just get a giant crane in the sky and we'll lift this sculpture onto the island. So I'm sitting here going, what the fuck is this sculpture? This is weird. How did she get it? How did this prostitute who's on a Bravo show, who's addicted to heroin, who happens to be a rich-ass socialite, who's married to a Rothschild, who's also a pimp, how does she get an art piece commissioned for Miami that was never finished from a pop culture artist that rarely had any pieces in like 20 years? That if there was one, it would be spoken for by like Sotheby's or Christie's, but such a rare one that's so massive. How would she know to get any of that? Why is she using that to impress Jeffrey, a pedophile, and a sky crane? What the fuck is this thing? Here's the piece. But before I get into this, let me tell you the weird connection that I found. At a certain point in this story, there's a situation where his shit breaks, right? It's the thing he's building, this piece, it breaks. And it is, I believe it's when he's in Rhode Island. He didn't like the material. And I went more in depth on this article. It's too much. It's pointless. I'll just summarize it for you. He ends up kind of having to move around where he's going to do this piece. It's taking too long. He ends up using way too many goods, too much aluminum. It's supposed to be aluminum. And then it comes out real fiberglassy and he hates it. So he's like, fuck this, it's ruined. And that's after like a year or two of working on this shit, right? But when I say working on this shit, like you would think an artist would make his own art, right? Well, what he did was he would again do like a Kastabi. He'd make one, like a design of it, like a miniature version. And then he would basically have people hired to build the massive scale version. And then he would go look at it, knock it with his hand, look at the cover, color, check it, make sure, do I like this thing, be a little snob about it, and then be like, okay, it's good, or nope, fuck this, destroy it, burn it, let's start it over. So he's not necessarily doing all the hard work, which I might catch flack for, but sorry, it's how I feel. But where in Rhode Island, I thought, I'm like, this is not a very big place. But also, I do know there's a big art community right around the Rhode Island Mall. Specifically, the documentary we saw about people living in a mall apartment. Remember that? So they're artists, and that's around the time that he's building this shit. And then as I'm looking into where he would build it, it was like this big space in Rhode Island that was abandoned, that had a lot of abandoned like buildings, and they were all fucked up, but it used to be an art community. And then it clicked. There was a scene in the mall apartment documentary about those people who build an apartment in the mall as an art project to live in it, these art students, where they talk about how the place that they all lived before, the apartment they all lived in, it was a big art commune in the middle of this blown out industrial area of the city where nobody went because it was just shit. The buildings were dilapidated. It was like on the wire, the board houses, and it was just abandoned. But these buildings had owners. And then one day these rich people come through, developers, they thought, and they kick them all out. And they're like, you need to leave. And they make them take all their stuff. What's interesting is, as I'm going through this, I realize, holy shit, like this artist is describing, oh my God. So he got this big art collective of students and people to come build this thing for him in Rhode Island while he's not on location, but it's the large scale version of his creation that he's supposed to put in downtown Miami, and it's supposed to stretch the airport, which I don't know how far that is, but that's insane. I think they might have gotten that a bit wrong in one of the articles, but it was interesting because the art collective talked about how they would work on, these different art projects, and they would plant them around the city, and they'd be hard to find. And there were these people who were like geniuses, and they considered certain members to be, really fantastic artists, almost like teachers. But what's interesting is they would work with large scale artists. So this guy basically hired a bunch of local artists to work on this shit. He might have very much, the timing lines up with, it looks like he's might be the one who kicked the art kids out in Secret Mall apartment. The dates line up to the month. So I thought that was just like, whoa, everything overlaps. That's crazy. You just watched it. It was incredible, wasn't it? I loved it. But so, see, I don't know if it was specifically Michael, but in one of the things I was reading about, it was about how if he would have been around, then it would have been finished soon. It was people being critical in commentary in an old newspaper about it in the early 2000s. And they're talking about like how basically he fucked over the city of Miami. And he also fucked over Rhode Island because he left all this debris. And also apparently these art kids went unpaid. But then he said that he would refund the city. So let me go ahead. I'm going to link this article below. But I'm going to read you a bit of it, okay? So I'm going to read you the first part and then summarize the rest because it goes on and on and on. But it does look like he hired a bunch of those kids he kicked out to help him build this thing. And then when he reappears, it's shit. He doesn't like it. He says he doesn't like the material. So here's how this goes. Frank's design for a band shell to be erected adjacent to the American Airlines Arena was inspired by a cheap beach hat that the internationally acclaimed artist saw in Rio de Janeiro. It's a flat piece of foam with spirals cut into it, allowing it to expand when pulled down over the head. So it's a collapsible beachhead sculpture, but it was supposed to be made out of aluminum. So that's wild. So he goes ahead and he's like, where am I going to assemble this thing? Rhode fucking Island. But the sculptural structure, so there was Biscayne Bay was one of the places. Then there's, I believe it was Central Rhode Island was another. And then the other was, she said it earlier. Was it Italy or Milan? I don't remember exactly where she said. Somewhere else foreign. Anyway. So the sculptural structure on Biscayne Bay was not intended as innocuous whimsy. It would serve as a signature piece of public art that would help inaugurate a reborn downtown where aesthetic beauty would reign and the arts would thrive. So the idea was the city of Miami is going to give this artist, Frank Stella, a fuckload of money to basically come out of retirement and make another massive piece, this massive sculpture. It's going to tie the city together. It's like the rug in The Big Lebowski. And we're going to give you millions of dollars to do that, Frank. And you can make it as big as you fucking want. And you can go create it outside of the city. You can outsource material, whatever you need to do. But we need it to be in the Bay. It needs to look sick. It's got to join downtown in the airline center. But the main key player, the key point, the key reason we're doing this is we want to bring art back to the big city. We want this to be a fucking art town. It's Miami. We're done with cocaine. So they decide that. They're like, this shit's going to fucking solve all our problems, okay? New York, look the fuck out. Miami's coming through. And guess what? We're inspired by Rio. We have Stevie earmuffs. I'm talking about art. So Frank's like, chill, daddy. I'm going to make it sick. It's going to be so fucking dope. It's going to be a giant collapsible hat, okay? Now, in the end, he was pissed off that the material used in the Rhode Island parts of the piece, it didn't look right. Okay? Didn't look right at all. He wanted to look like styrofoam in a collapsible hat. But it looked like the aluminum from which it was made. And that also bothered him. It's supposed to be a flat piece of foam with spirals cut into it. It was supposed to expand, but it was physically supposed to be aluminum. So he's pissed. So we're going to bring art back to Miami. It's all resting on your shoulders. Frank, we love you. We know you're going to do a good job. So blind faith, we're going to give you all this fucking money, all right? So they give him a bunch of money, like a bunch, like a couple mil. I think it's like almost 2 million. So instead of getting that sculpture, it appears Miami will never see the fantastically whirled creation. Now, this was written in 2001, is when they knew we're fucked. We're not getting the sculpture. Last week, trustees of the Miami-Dade Art in Public Places program, the MADAP program, which commissioned Stella in 1998. So this is 3 years later. They're finally like, fine, we'll fire him. We're not getting the fucking sculpture. It took 3 years. We're going to fire your ass. So in 1998, they gave him the money to design and build the band shell, which is what they're calling it, the band shell. They voted to terminate the artist contract after the project became hobbled by cost overruns and delays. We're having a little problem with the structure, he says. Ivan Rodriguez, the executive director of Art Public Places, told Miami Herald, the sculpture's cost would have more than doubled. We don't have the funds to do it. We gave him all of our fucking funds, they said. The trust does not want to raise extra funds. Mr. Sella knew about this for more than a year, and he failed to get in touch with us. The trust has instructed me to terminate the contract because of that. So, just to recap, Miami says, you're going to bring back art. You're going to make us look good. Make us a big hat. He says, not only am I going to make you the biggest, best fucking hat, it's going to look like foam, but it's going to be aluminum. It's going to be collapsible. It's going to be inspired by Rio de Janeiro. Okay, Miami. They went sick. He said, cool. Give me like $1 million, 2 mil. They said, tight. Here it is. He said, listen, this is some big dick, big boy shit. So I'm going to go ahead and skip town. All right. I'm going to take this money. I'll be back with your fucking giant hat. They said, cool. Can we put it by the airport? Can you also make it, I don't know, hurricane resistant? He said, sure, not a problem. All my art's fucking hurricane resistant. They said, cool. So then he leaves town. He goes to Rhode Island. He starts to build this shit. Guess what? It's not hurricane resistant. And the material is shit. And it doesn't look right. Fuck. So then he's like, fuck this. And he fucking busts it down. Then he gets pissed off. So he hasn't spoken to them in a minute. Okay. At that point, it's been 2 years. And he's like, fuck. They keep asking me about this. But I just need to tell them it's a piece of shit. And that I'm going to need double the money. So then once it hits about exactly the 2-year anniversary, he's like, psych, nah, I'm just gonna, yikes, what am I gonna do? Okay, I'm gonna start it over here on this other island, but then I'm gonna tell them that I got half of it done. And then if you want me to finish it, you got to give me more money. And I'm gonna need double that because it's actually gonna cost me like $4 million. And so then he goes out of the country and does that. And then he's like, psych, I need 2 more million. And they're like, dude, where have you been for 2.5, 3 years? You fuck face. No, we don't want to renew your contract. What? Where's the thing we gave you? What the fuck? We were supposed to have it already at the airport. We were supposed to have art. Art is supposed to be alive. and Art is fucked. And then he went, shit, my bad, dude. You want me to pay you back? They're like, yes, dude. And he's like, fuck. So Stella's Manhattan attorney, Neil Albert, responded, the artist is dismayed that the city will not lay claim to the work as he originally envisioned. Keep in mind, he originally envisioned it a certain way, and then it was shit, so he broke it and disappeared. Fair enough. Mr. Stella will return the money to the county and sell the band shell for much more. Fuck you. Okay, just give us our money back. We don't want your big hat. In effect, he was doing this for cost. Now some very lucky person is going to buy one of the most unique art pieces in the entire art world. It's just going to be a shame it's not you, Miami. That's what the lawyer fucking told them, Mr. Dramatic, okay? Stella's design, flowing and organic, was garnering praise all over the world. You know why? Because he made a miniature and took it on fucking tour while people were back home fucking it up, apparently. Art critics are writing about the band shell note, and it represented an evolution for Stella. They talk about how he made his mark in the 50s and 60s with abstract paintings, austere black canvases. He ushered in the minimalist movement. I don't like tiny shit. The Miami band shell was supposed to be his architectural debut. So this is going to be a debut of debuts because it's hurricane resistant. Okay. And it's also like, this is beyond art. It's architecture. Or I don't know how they're fucking, it's weird. It's wordplay and it's weird and I don't like it. Okay. So once a champion of the flat picture plane, he's recently brought to bear on public architecture, according to art critic Frank Schultz. Stella's interest in architectural work and blah, blah, blah. Stella didn't do the piece, okay? So here's what happened. And also, thank you very much, Age of Nefarious Tish. I just saw this. Thank you very much. I love you. I'm gonna give you a little treat in a minute. When I finish this, I'm gonna give you a big treat. All right, you're gonna get a nice treat. Okay. Thank you very much for the 10 Oblivious Benson memberships. So here's where it gets crazy. Oh yeah, it was 1.45 million was the original contract. He wanted 4. Okay. Also, this is what's crazy. It's Bayside location by the American Airlines Arena. Incidentally, originally was reserved for a public soccer field as promised by Miami Heat owner Mickey Arizon 5 years ago. Later, Arizona and the county reneged on that promise and planned shops in a small amphitheater for the spot. The band shell, a 35-foot tall steel structure, would anchor the amphitheater. So not only did he fuck up by not giving them the art, right? These entire buildings, an entire block of buildings, a soccer field, all this shit was planned around the structure being there. So he fucked up the whole vibe by pulling out. But even critics of the bait and switch regarding the soccer field seemed disheartened by the fate of the Stella band shell. This was going to be a major piece of art, groans Miami-Dade attorney Dan Polton. It was going to be a major piece of art. I'm sure he said it like that. I think it's an outrage that art in public places is not going to put a significant piece of art there now. Okay, so that happened. Okay, so you're not going to get the art piece, is what Frank says. Fast forward a couple of years, okay? He's looking at this art piece. He's like, fuck. I started this shit for Miami all those years ago. And I just realized that's what that big thing is in my yard. That's what that's from. I was going to do a big hat thing. It was going to collapse. They were going to put it by the airport. Fuck, that's what that giant 72 or 30-some foot tall structure is because it was half finished. Oh, yeah, that's what that thing is. Maybe I should fucking finish it. Totally forgot about that. So then he starts to finish it. Takes years. He abandons it. He leaves it in a shipyard. He's like, fuck it. I don't know how to get it out of here. I'll just leave it. All right. Then all of a sudden, somehow, a prostitute British housewife, madam, sex trafficker, heroin addict, socialite, friends with Naomi Campbell and Princess Fergie, who also wants to fuck Epstein, ends up with that thing, the big thing, the big cat. She's like, I have a hat. Epstein won't talk to me. I'm trying to fuck him. I'm trying to fuck a billionaire so that I can be a permanent housewife because this Rothschild shit is not working out. And sometimes, and it's sometimes you just don't want to be, it's hard out there for a pimp. So she's like laying it on thick, and Epstein's like, get away from me. You're too fucking old. You're in your 20s at this point. And she's like, fuck. Oh shit. He likes Frank Stella. I happen to have a fucking 70-something foot structure that I have access to. It's I am apparently allowed to sell it. I'm gonna go talk to Frank, let him know I got a dealer. I got someone who will buy it. We just got to get it there. Frank said it's cool. You want I should bring a giant fucking hat? He said it's hurricane proof this time. It's just been chilling there. Do you want it, Epstein? I think it's worth you calling me since I got you this. One line email. How are we gonna get it there? Her. Hello, my love. Long fucking thing. Lots of frilly shit. Flirt, flirt, flirt. He's like, no sky crane. Poof. And then it hit me. That's why Leon Black is in all this shit. Who's Leon Black? He's that guy, you guys. Remember all the fucking financial documents and the first drop of pictures we looked at? And there were checks and accounts over and over again. References to Leon Black, Leon Black, Leon Black. $50 million, $50,000, $10,000, $10 million. Who is this fucking guy? Guess who he is? Famous art dude. Like as in, like, here's the thing. He had a real job. He worked for this thing called Apollo Global. He had to quit it, right? He's basically like a financier type of guy who's really fucking into art, okay? He's the guy that raped an autistic girl. And he bragged about it, talked about it with Epstein. He had to quit his job at Apollo Global because as a billionaire, couldn't hang out with other pedophile billionaires who he was procuring girls from. He had his art ties because he bought all the most expensive shit. He had a $2.6 billion art book. $1 billion art book. He bought shit from the most expensive artists in the world of all time. And he just also happened to be a private equity billionaire who was a trustee for the Museum of Modern Art. And what's interesting is Epstein totally used him. He not only totally used him, it seemed like he was blackmailing him. It seems like he got him in with this poor, vulnerable, autistic child and then blackmailed him for millions of dollars because that's what happened. Leon Black funded a lot of shit for Epstein, and everybody went, why? Why is this billionaire giving him money? We all presumed it's because he's a financier. That's what Jeffrey wanted you to think. Turns out there's a pretty good reason why Leon Black was giving lots of money to Epstein. And it's in the files. And what's interesting is they all know each other, including old Annabelle. And 40 to 50% of the art on the market is fake. And a lot of people who also get intertwined in this, artists and art dealers alike, end up dead. Yeah, she's a Rothschild, Nat Rothschild. So what's also crazy is art theft, art fraud, art dealing of fake art. It's like horse racing. It's where people put all their fucking money. Oh, no, he's not. This is a different guy. This is the guy who owns a lot of Frank Stella. He owns Picasso's. He owns Van Gogh's. He owns the most expensive art book of all time. He is the lead collector pretty much in the world of art. He knows Frank Stella personally, but he also knows Epstein, and he's also close to Annabelle. But why are all of Leon Black's bank accounts and his banking information and his records at Epstein Island, why are they in safes? Why does money constantly go back and forth between them? And why is he paying off Epstein over time? Well, in the drop, in a lot of these files, and in the shit that's in the safe, Leon Black is mentioned a lot as a big piece of shit. So it's pretty weird how, like, a trustee for the Met, or the Museum of Modern Art, I should say, MoMA, and then this woman who's a part-time pimp and sex trafficker who also deals in art, and then this famous sculptor, Frank Stella, and then Epstein, and then, of course, Les Wexner, who is a huge collector of art. He likes a very specific artist who's all over the place in his place in Ohio. It's weird how they're all connected, but also how this guy, Leon, like, he is the main source, it seems, of money for a while for Epstein. It looks to me like he was not only extorting and blackmailing people in the art world, but I think that's how he was funneling a lot of his money. I think that's where the money laundering went into. That's why he had all the crazy art. That's why he had the golden eggs. That's why he has these ugly pieces commissioned by weird artists. Because it keeps him in touch with these people who he can invite to his island and extort. He's shaving shit off the top, and he's opening accounts they don't even know about. It's really, really horrific. Yep. And it wasn't just one. There are multiple. So it's kind of weird how all, like, it's not just like politicians, and it's not just deans of science departments. Like, the entire high-end collecting art world is looped into this shit. And the further it goes, the more it overlaps with all sorts of shit. But this art situation, I think, is a huge deal, because the money is really, in the end, I don't think a lot of our government or the representatives really care about the sex trafficking angle, because I think a lot of them are complicit. But if we can get these fucking pedos on finances, then all of a sudden they'll care. But what we're looking at in, I mean, just a few pages so far of a bunch of these different documents involving high-end art, it seems like a lot of these people were huge perverts with lots of money and lots of art getting blackmailed by a pedophile because they're gross and weird too. And a lot of the money that's getting invested on their behalf by Epstein, the financier, is ending up in shell companies. And by saying, I'm working on an art project, I'm having this shipped in, it's a way to kind of free up a huge chunk of money for a little while until you can reinvest it. It's a way to explain away money that you shouldn't have. And when I say there are stacks of banking documents, of financial records going back and forth between him and Leon, I mean, I thought for a while that Leon was, like, literally, when I first found out about it, I thought that was Jeff's alias, because it's like he may as well be Leon with the amount of documentation and accounts he has. Turns out he was being Leon. And why would Leon let him do that? Well, the autistic kid thing. So anyway, all these people are fucked. That's a story of how Miami got duped out of a multi-million-dollar sculpture, and a famous artist ended up almost getting his final work sky crated dumped on a pedophile island. So that's pretty weird. And also, I think the art world is Jeffrey's third means of secret fortified income that he extorts and blackmails rich people out of, because it's a great place to hide your fraud and to launder. And they can evade taxes. Oh, yeah, the tax evasion thing was insane. There's so much money Leon saved. Anyway, that's been our episode. We have so much more to talk about, but I am losing my voice. Oh, that's a great question. I'm so glad you brought that up, Reggie, actually. I should have addressed that earlier. Why no sky cranes is a good question. I asked the same thing. Turns out Jeffrey hates drones, planes, helicopters, anything going over the island. Why? Because he was building a tiny massage house, which is why there was a bunch of construction equipment there. And he had those trees, $70,000, I believe he spent on each palm tree, that are supposed to be covering that shit so that people can't see it aerially. Because there was only so long he could prevent the drones from coming because they already came and he was pissed about it. So I think the sky crane, he was pissed that people could potentially see down and see where his secret shit is and potentially map it. I also think that he was paying off satellite mapping services and possibly planning on refriending Elon to get him to not map via the satellite his particular island when he bought Big St. James, which he did. And the plan was to also transform it into a pedophile island. So there's that. And yes, but I do think that the child, according to the trauma book from that poor girl, might have been deceased. But it also could be Ava's daughter, which is even creepier because he was promised that girl in marriage. So that's horrifying. Anyway, yikes, this shit is gross. All right, I gotta go, you guys. I think you're the best. We will continue with this episode next time. And yeah, trust me, we'll get there. We'll get there. That's a lot to tackle. That's a lot. You guys are the best. I think the best thing to end on is, and by the way, if you're scared of a sky crane, a helicopter, a fucking plane, that's not what you need to be scared of, Epstein. This is what you need.